Hello everyone, and welcome in. I want to say thank you all for stopping by so early as we are just getting started here for the WTF, the way too fluffy 3 versus 3 co-op tournaments. I'm looking forward to some good games and a hefty heaping of cat herding, as we're going to be putting to the lobby together right now and getting this party started. You can use the bracket command to see all the information about the current and live standings and matches that we'll be jumping into here. We've got ourselves 8 teams and a good bit of games between now and the finals. So let's go ahead and say hello to everyone in chat who is just stopping by. Been looking forward to this one for a while. Going to have, usually we do team deathmatch, which makes for a bunch of different players and a bunch of different forts, but here we have every player can control every fort. And with shared resources and eco between them, it really does make for a vastly different game, or at least in terms of strategies and such. And it's a nice little mix-up, and I'm into it. So for those who are not familiar with the regular tournaments we do around here, do make sure to check out Salzbach on Twitch, as they'll be broadcasting these same matches, but in German, for those looking for those native to the German language. Let's go. Hello. Alright, so for those, heads up, there is a 5-minute delay, so anything you type in chat or so forth will be a little bit, well, delayed, to say the least. All right, give me a moment, guys. We got to get the players in here. It's going to the cat herding looks like it's going to be a little bit more extreme than usual. Okay, and then we have the other team. Team Greenleaf, which I know you guys love. One of the fan favorite teams here will be up in the first match. Obviously, they have an additional player involved, as Team Greenleaf is typically the 2v2 team. They're adding Robustos onto their team for this 3v3. Alright, so we're pinging the players now, so it may be a couple minutes before we actually jump into the first round. Let's go. Excellent. And my bracket's fixed. Okay. Alright, it'll be a couple minutes before the players get going. But for now, how are you guys doing in chat? I see you guys coming in. Questions about how long until it starts? Well, technically, the stream is obviously started now. We have 1 of 6 players in the lobby right now. So it may be... Oh, there's 2. So it may be a couple minutes before we get everyone to join. The starting time was 8 minutes ago, so we are running on delayed players right now. That's just kind of par for the course for dealing with humans. Hopefully it speeds up. Usually it speeds up as we get as the games go on. Almost. Hey, everyone's here. All right. This is going to go relatively quickly. Okay. It looks like everyone is here. The teams are set. The match is made. We're going to start off with something vanilla, something chill, something very simple. Literally vanilla. Is the starting map. I'm looking forward to it. So this first one should not be terribly wild. However, it'll get tense because we'll have 3 players stuffed into a tiny little fort. So there's going to be a whole lot of stepping on toes, a whole lot of bouncing between each other, and probably a bunch of people sitting on snipers. Like, the sniper war is going to be incredible. At least that's my prediction. And I'm looking forward to seeing how that, see how this turns out. Okay. Finishing up commander bands right now, and then we'll be jumping into the action. I'm so excited. You guys know I get excited every time we do these tournaments. Alright, Team 1 bans Spook. Team 2 will be banning... They'll be banning Yes. They'll be banning Pinch. Alright, Pinch Fist and Spook are banned. They'll be jumping into the first round momentarily. A question from chat. Wonder if buying forts is worth it because there's only 1,000 players-ish online, and finding games might be hard. Well, that is a question I can answer after this, because we're jumping right into the action. Team Fortsbreaker versus Team Greenleaf. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 1. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortbreaker. Lots of prestige going on both sides here. As they're facing off against their opponents, it is Team Greenleaf. Both teams filled with players that are well known for, well, most competitive. Pretty much every competitive scene has had these players involved. These are extremely experienced. This man using sandbag door. That is maddeningly APM intensive to do. Oh boy. Alright, well, here we are. We've got multiple snipers for each side. You know, I fully expected multiple snipers per side. It's just always a surprise when we see it come out this hard. Now, one of the teams is going to be going for a very revealed strategy that's quite aggressive. It's here where you have on the left side, Team Fortsbreaker. He's chosen the Seep Commander. The Seep Commander is the rocket commander. They'll be going swarm missiles, and they're going to reveal to their opponents they're going swarm missiles momentarily. Yeah, there's the swarm missile placed just out there and exposed for the other players to see, so that's going to get a reaction out of Team 2 here. Team 2, with all of their snipers, managed to lose the sniper duel, which is a little bit of a surprise. I would have expected it to be less one-sided. But here we are. Team 2 playing as the Armadillo commander. The biggest perk of the Armadillo commander right now is the fast doors. You can see that door opening and closing very quickly. This helps them immensely in the sniper-on-sniper violence. But more importantly, Armadillo specializes in defensive style play. So what we end up with is a team on the left, which is looking to end the game very quickly, and a team on the right, which is looking to go for economic expansion and keep the game going for a long period of time until they inevitably win by virtue of being rich because they defend everything so much more efficiently. So this is a very, very different styles of play here. Okay. The first swarm missiles have been completed. The upgrade center, however, is not yet ready to go. So the question is, will they fire their missiles first, or will they just wait? The answer is they're firing missiles first. Aiming for turbines, because turbines are the most vulnerable thing here. Interesting note that Team Greenleaf is going for the rocket strategy. Rush is a strong word for what they're doing. Too strong of a word for what they're doing, because they haven't really rushed anything. They haven't sacrificed much to get it out. However, they are building multiple front-facing rockets. Eaton, Mateo, and Taichu in one team, yes. Eaton, Taichu, and Helicopter on the left-hand side. Vicro, Dronistian, and Robostos on the right side. Team Fortsbreaker versus Team Greenleaf. It's going to be rough. Is this... Did you do this right? Did you break... Is this... That's cutting it real close there, buddy. Well, it's a quick sell-off if you messed it up. Okay. The snipers are just omnipresent. Here's the thing. If those rockets hit, and it looks like they will, that's incredible damage, and as you can see, Team 1 is already out of money. They can't repair, they can't rebuild. This is what a death spiral looks like, and it's going to get worse from here. Rockets are very good. The only saving grace Team 1 has is that it's only 2 rockets. It's not a third rocket, meaning they aren't going to be shattering the entire base with rapid... with any kind of rapid speed. So that's important for them. However, it looks like Team Greenleaf is scaling up to get a hefty amount of anti-air and map control. So we're looking to see some, I don't want to say counter, but it's going to be a very, very hard uphill battle for Team Fortsbreaker here. What makes it worse for Team Fortsbreaker is... Oh wow, they're actually pulling that off. What's going to make it worse for Team Fortsbreaker is the amount of time they've spent just getting set. Oh no, why did the flak not... Were they covered? Oh no. Okay. Let's go. Things are getting exciting. The first nuke has landed. Massive damage has been dealt as the rockets continue to fly. Team Fortsbreaker has upgraded all of their mines and then sold off their upgrade center. So they can't upgrade more mines again, but they can't upgrade anything else again. But they do get the money back for the upgrade center, which is notable. Looks like Team Greenleaf is pretty firmly in the dominant position for map control. So that puts Team Forts Breaker into an incredibly rough position, because rockets and nukes, as you guys may know, rely fairly heavily on map control. Is barring without map control, the nukes just don't make it across the field. And if the nukes don't make it across the field, well, you don't get any damage dealt. As we see here, the nuke gets shot down. No nuke, no damage. And that leaves Team Greenleaf, well, doing whatever they want. And what they want involves slamming more rockets to their opponents. Although they do very much so need to expand their damage output here. The double rockets is not quite enough to break Team Forts Breaker here. Which is not a surprise. 2 rockets is generally not enough. You usually need 3 in order to get the work done. Nuke's gonna land. Oh no. Team Greenleaf manually fired the anti-air and missed. Oh my god. The empowered sniper penning both doors and taking out the sniper for Team Forts Breaker. The map control, I mean, Team Greenleaf is bullying Team Forts Breaker for map control, but it's not quite enough. As the nuke lands, doing massive damage. Team Greenleaf down to 42% on their core. Oh boy. God, the wobble for Team Forts Breaker. They keep getting taller. They keep getting bigger. Oh no. I'll go to launch again. Team Greenleaf, do you have your anti-air available? JGO, kind of. No. The flak fires, the flak fails. Team Forts Breaker with the victory and a nuclear completion. That's a good way to end it. Well done, round 1. The nuke that made it through. God, that is so... Like, you can't... How do you... That was so well aimed that it just didn't matter. The nuke makes it through anyways. Welcome to nuke RNG, eh? It happens. All right, so now we move on to the next group. Okay. Freaking flak RNG. Okay. Give us a moment as we get the next team sorted and ready to go. Alright, so we've got one of the players here. As the rest filter in. Okay. Alright, we need to remake the lobby here. So give me a moment. Thought Team Greenleaf would win? Well, that was a close one, actually. That was good. I liked that match. A little bit RNG heavy, but I suppose this is how things go. is going to be on balls for this one. Odds are just FX and Salzwerk. Naomi on observer. Looks like we have the players here, so we should be able to jump into this one fairly quickly. Okay. Okay, we're just missing one player. They are a little bit delayed, it would seem, so we'll give them another moment, another minute or two. Let's go. I'm excited. We've got one of the fan favorite maps, Balls will be the next one. Samster Jerkies versus Icebreaker. We may have a player issue here. By that I mean one player may have been maybe unable to join us here today, so we'll have to get a replacement. Yay, cat herding. The fun part. Alright, give us a minute here, guys. This may take a moment. Okay, we're doing commander bans at the moment while we get the next team up and while we attempt to get a replacement player. There is discussion about having the players do a 2v3, but we're not sure who gets the advantage in that one. Alright, looks like we did get it. Great, so we will have all teams in their appropriate places, or at least with a substitution. Okay. Just waiting for the replacement player to finish loading. Why are you like this? Running on potato. Yeah, there seems to be a now we're having technical difficulties with one of the players. Oh no. Why are you like this? We may have player falling apart at the seams here. Or at, at the CPU level, one of the two. Ah, jeez. Always with the technical difficulties. Did not expect. Okay. I think we got it. All right. Okay, so we should be jumping into it here in a moment. And we'll kick it off right now. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next round. So here we have on the left-hand side, Team Samster Jerkies. Playing as the Seep Commander. Oh gosh. It's going to be more nuclear play. As we have Firework, Cloud, and... Why... Did I do this wrong? I did this wrong. Did I put them on the opposite teams? No. Samster just isn't playing on the team Samster Jerkies. Okay. I panicked for a moment. I was like, no. No. What is going on here? Okay. It's fine. As here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Samster Jerkies. Firework, Cloud, and Tar playing against their opponent's Team Icebreaker is bad. Great Woo, Catbug, and Powfu. So much chaos. I'm confusing my gaslighting myself. It's fine. It's fine. We're all fine. Alright, so here on the right-hand side, Icebreaker is bad, playing as the Overdrive Commander. They will get better and faster upgrades, so we expect to see an upgrade center at some point in time. But the Overdrive Commander is kind of a generalist. They don't need to utilize the upgrade component of that commander to still be useful and or good. Compare this to, well, some other commanders like Seep, in which you need to use missiles or else you just don't get a benefit out of Seep. Because Seep relies on missiles, and missiles are very earlier game weapons, what you tend to see is the Seep commander, such as we see at a Team 1 here. We expect them to be aggressive, because the only reason you would choose the upgraded early game weapons is to use upgraded early game weapons. So we expect either rockets or swarm missiles. Swarm missiles are the preferred choice in almost every instance. We do see an upgrade center out of Team 1, which is not a surprise whatsoever. Whereas Team 2 here, they can really choose anything they want. The Overdrive Commander specializes in upgrades, and the upgrade center is near exclusively an aggressive option, so we would expect to see some aggressive play out of Team 2. So we may see aggression versus aggression here. Well, you know, that's one way to get rid of a sniper. Just send it drifting down into the void. The first swarm missile has been placed for Team 1. we see in the top segment up here. Similar upward expansion for Team 2 as well, although Team 2 is going strictly eco at this point in time. We do see some buzzsaws out of Team 2, which are good for being obnoxious at this point. The reality on this map, buzzsaws can be extremely dangerous because buzzsaws chop through background bracing like nothing else. And background bracing is a requirement to connect to your expansion points. So buzzsaws are quite the good. However, there's not a whole lot of benefit to disconnecting your the opponent's expansions at this stage of the game. It's not going to cost anything to reconnect. So there is some... It is good to see the buzzsaws on the field for Team 2. But they need more than buzzsaws if they're looking to get anything done. The first swarm missile has been launched and then upgraded to a warhead. Two players more per match than your average tournament is exponentially more cat herding. Yes, that is how cat herding math works. Alright, second swarm launcher is available for Team 1. Looks like they're firing it here, at least attempting to. That was a lot of machine guns. Ooh. Buzzsaw disconnects, but it's free to reconnect, more or less. Interesting note that Team 2 is also going for swarm missiles. They are somewhat further behind as Team 2 elected to upgrade their mines and their economy first. Team 2 has... It's almost twice the economy of Team 1. But Team 1's got a nuke on the field ready to go, whereas Team 2 doesn't even have triple swarm yet. So for the moment, Team 1 has much more firepower than Team 2. We're going to see how that changes given time. Team 2 also has substantially more anti-air than Team 1. In terms of map control, I'm not sure who's dominant there. It's a pretty nasty fight for both sides. The loss of the minigunner for Team 1 is devastating. The first nuke flies and is shot down. Okay. You remember how Team 1 had a lead in weaponry? Team 2 officially has the same weaponry as Team 1. Only Team 2 also has additional economy. Nukes fly once again. Nuke gets picked out of the swarm. Despite being surrounded by swarm missiles, the nuke doesn't make it across the field. Buzzsaw. It flies. Does not get damage done. A lot of sandbags here. Ooh, the minigunner's back, and it discovered that the wall, which was once filled with anti-air, has nothing left. It's Team 2's turn to fire, but Team 1 now has lots of AA to go with it. The swarm missile's about completely shut down. Okay. Nuke flies again. Ooh! The anti-air was about to let the nuke through, but a little manual firing from the buzzsaw clears the skies. Nuke doesn't make it. Mind you, the nuke wouldn't have done that much damage. There's really nothing there to lose for Team 2. Team 1 still quite far ahead in the missiles launch department. But as it stands, Team 2 has a stronger eco than Team 1, and it's, given the perpetuity of time, things will inevitably trend toward Team 2's advantage. Samster Jerky's officially taking core damage, losing 1% of their total HP, down to 99% on their core. They have technically taken a hit. Buzzsaws for both sides. Nuke lands a second time, but this time gets a little deeper. Team 1's core down to 55%. The splash damage just intense because that's how warheads do. Ooh. The nuke getting shot down last second is still doing massive splash damage, but not quite enough to touch Team 2's core. Icebreaker's bad. Remains intact for now. I'm surprised they even upgraded this mortar. The heavy mortar in this position is strictly used for anti-air bait. But this time, Team 1's nuke lands. Icebreaker bad down to 86% core. And nuke shot down by buzzsaw. Swarm missiles on both sides, utterly failing to make it across the field. Oh, ooh, that buzzsaw was almost catastrophic for Team 1. The triple minigun play down from the bottom here out of Team 2. Very effective. Remember when we said that map control is one of the most important points of playing nukes? We were not kidding, and here we're seeing it. Not only does the nuke land, but the map control is actually getting damage done as they grind through. Good damage, good damage. Here comes another nuke. In with the swarm, there's just enough AA and flak to shut down the missiles just about entirely. A few stray swarms do manage to make it across, but a few stray swarms does not win the game. Nor deal meaningful damage for that matter. That's a lot of buzzsaw. Multiple buzzsaw volleys spreading across, just removing the entire midsection between the upper and central locations for Team 1. The nuke caught by an extrusion. No major damage dealt, as terrifying as that may have been. Another bait mortar. Grabs a whole bunch of AA. Nuke flies. Nuke lands. cleaving a chunk off of the upper ball. Ooh. Nuke slam. Samster Jerkies takes another nuke hit. The core manages to remain unscathed for the moment. Oh. Oh no. Did it just get AP sniped? Did you just do that? From below it comes. Another nuke lands into the upper ball. Icebreaker bad, taking significant damage to the harassment weapons on from their top expansion. Uh-oh. Another nuke. Solid hit, but it's not enough. The laser is let loose. Team Icebreaker Bad has officially constructed a heavy weapon. And that's going to start making a big difference here, as heavy weapons are near guaranteed to deal damage, which is something that neither team has been able to do with any consistency so far. Just the ability to consistently put damage onto a specific spot in the enemy base could be the difference between winning and not winning. Just because once a nuke lands, it'll soften up an area, and if you could follow it up with something like, say, plasma, you just guarantee heavy damage in an area that just isn't prepared for it, because, you know, it's been nuked. Oof. Heavy hits on both sides. Team 2 with 2 nuke launchers now are slamming both sides from top and bottom. Team 1's lower expansion has, well, it's lost control of everything it had there. Once filled with buzzsaws and snipers, this lower element no longer exists, having been nuked out of the game. Compare this to Team 2, which is continuously expanding. Team 2 is still rocking out with more eco than Team 1. Although at this point, not by much. It looks like Team 2 is looking to slowly whittle their opponents down. Victory by attrition. And so far, they're doing a pretty good job at it. Oh, that's a heavy hit. Removing 3 upgraded mines and a turbine. Team 1 just suffered a massive hit to their economy. Their defenses have been breached, and it's not looking good for them. Buzzsaws from below. Nuke lands, no major damage dealt. Hefty repair bill, but nothing that can't be rectified in a few seconds. Double nuke launch for Team 2. It hits, they're focus firing the core, and they get it. Team Icebreaker Bad with the victory. Well done. Well done, Team 2. You did it! Alright. Let's see who we got next. It looks like Furious Monkey Gang versus Rentner Trio is up next. Excellent. Okay. And we're just about ready to go. Everyone's coming in so quickly. It's beautiful. You love to see it. All right. Desert Ruins, another 1v1 map. I'm into it. Looks like we'll be getting some bigger maps. Looks like we won't be getting some bigger maps. Kind of. Different adjustments. Okay. Ooh, bands. Phantom and Spook Band. Oh my. You got some anti-cheese going on here. Interesting. All right then. The commanders have been banned. The match is made. The players are here, just waiting for that ready up button. We'll be starting the next match momentarily. Team Furious Monkey and Rentner Trio. Time's up. Let's do this. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next round in this 3v3 co-op madness. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Furious, Geiger, Finn, and Malme. Playing as the Armadillo commander, you could expect some high defensive type plays here. 3 players, 1 base, lots of defensive capabilities, lots of AP in the spread around. Facing off against their opponents, Rentner Trio. Why you like this? The Germans. Playing as the Overdrive commander. both commanders are... Overdrive is very bipolar. Overdrive specializes in upgrades. Upgrades are used primarily, like predominantly, for aggressive play. However, they are also the only way to seriously ramp up your eco. So the upgrades are used both for extreme late gameplay and just about every early gameplay. I think exclusively every early gameplay. So it's very hard to tell what your opponent's going to go for if they go for overdrive. You know, they could just rocket you, they could missile you. We saw the overdrive missiles win last round, in the last match, even against Seep. This, however, is cheese. This is just cheese. And I think Team 1 knows it. You missed 2 out of 3 shots. You guys can't do that. Come on. Yeah. You have 3 players. You missed 2 out of 3 shots. It's okay. Well, the cheese failed. It left Team 1 down at 40% HP, which is... Well, at least they reacted quickly. Alright, so now we're going to need a new strategy out of Team 2 here. They are working up their Tier 1 tech, and they have... probably still going to have one dedicated player working on the snipers, because you know they can. Oh god. That was almost immediate victory right there. You don't see that every day. You really don't. God, I would love to have seen that. I would really have loved to have seen that. Unsurprisingly, Team 1 is going for just a heavy weapons rush. Just normal, everyday heavy weapons rush. With a minor being sidetracked by getting dirty, filthy cheesed. Oh no, you're not gonna... No. Okay. I was like... There's no way you double down on the cheese, right? Like, that's not... You're not gonna do that. They aren't. There is a world in which they just get a buzzsaw, buzz through the metal. Not the metal, the wood. And then use the AP sniper to punch the metal for the win again. There's a world in which they do that. We are not living in that world. But there is a world in which they do that. I was about to break. Alright, so let's see. Where does Team 1 place their heavy weapon? I mean, there's only one place where you regularly put it. It's right here. This is, you put all your heavy weapons here. It's just the best place for them. And everyone knows it. Just because it's predictable doesn't mean it's bad. Well, that solves a quandary for Team 2. Don't have to worry about selling off your buzzsaw if it gets blown up. Okay. Things have calmed down. Everyone's reverting to less cheesy tactics, I say with air quotes. This is going to catch Team 1 by surprise. This is very much so going to catch Team 1 by surprise. The question is, do they reveal now, or do they wait until they have a follow-up? Oh no. I suspect they may I don't know what they're planning to do here with this. Because if they reveal now, then Team 2 will be able to do some counterplay. But if they don't reveal now, then Team 1 is going to be able to counterplay it. But if they don't reveal now, then Team 1 is just going to be so much beefier that there's no guarantee they'll get damage done. It looks like Team 1 suspects the big shot and is preparing for it. Have snipers going around. Remember when I said at the beginning when this game was going to be just snipers on snipers the entire time? I was not wrong. Oh no. Hey, this cross the map snipe shot. Team 1's going to need to replace that one. Like, okay, so Team 1, they are just doing terrible, terrible damage with those snipers. And I'm all for it. Alright, how do you react to this? Because they haven't fired their weapons yet, but there's good reason for that. It's because they know that Team 2 has preemptively countered them. So they're just waiting. They need to do something about it. Something like EMPs, which they don't have the tech for, so they're going with swarm missiles themselves. This is going to give Team 2 an opportunity to get some proper weapons on the field. Fire beam, plasma beam combo. It flies. And it overpens, but doesn't hit anything important. We're actually seeing upgrades on mines, which is not completely unexpected, just uncommon in this situation. Ooh. The laser penned the defenses and touched Team 2's mine. If that continues, Team 2 may suffer substantial losses. There it is. Not a full burn on the plasma, but enough to take out 2 mines. That was very worthwhile. Alright, it's just about time for Team 2 to actually reply. Reply in force. How are they gonna handle that is the question. Where are they? Oh no, it's gonna get the timing. The timing. That's gonna set back Team 2 about a whole 2 minutes plus. A little bit more than 2 minutes, which is a pretty big setback. That also means that Team 2 has lost their primary damage output. Are they gonna fire anyways? They're gonna fire anyways and hope it works. But this is Optimistic. Yeah, okay. That did not do anything but backfire for them. As Team 1 continues to upgrade their mines, Team 2 continues to upgrade their mines as well, keeping pace. At least as much as they can. Oh boy. Here comes another nuke. Solid hit. All energy shields have been brought down. Laser overpens. No damage dealt. Oh boy. It's so tense because I don't know what's going to happen. There's not a whole... Neither team can do much to each other, so they're staring at each other with snipers and gradually expanding their eco because they don't know what to do. They're like, they need different weapons. This is a round where it's much too technical. Too many things... both teams are using weapon loadouts which require specific combos and a great degree of like technicality in order to make it work. And they're incredibly effective when it happens. But both teams know how to deal with that and are purposefully making each other's lives incredibly difficult to the point where it's just about a stalemate right up until Team 1 landed every shot they needed to and immediately wiped the just full clean. Team 2 wiped out. Furios wins. Well done, well done. Alright, well played. Geiger, Finn, Malme winning this round. Alright, who is next on the list? Please Resign Now and Shmaza are next up. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and ping the next teams. And Shmaza. Okay. And everyone's signing in. It's the Bensi. Alright, just about everyone's here. Cat herding going so nice. We have the #1 Forts ranked player in the lobby right now. Pool Boy is here to join us. Participating in this lobby. That is Rasbanda. What? The sass in the lobby has begun. Okay. This next one is going to be interesting. We're very likely to see cannons on this next map. Alright. Commanders have been banned. The map is set. The match is made. The players are here. Everyone's readying up, and we are good to go. We'll be jumping into the match in a moment. And we're off. Here we go into the next round. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is team Please Resign Now. The Benzin Preisvergleiter, Fluffages Joe and Alessio, playing as the Architect Commander here on Hillfort. They're playing against their opponents, Team Schmaza, Klaus, Poolboy, and I am myself, playing as the Spook Commander. Could expect to see some... Oh god, it's beginning already. Like, the first thing they did is drop triple mortar. Mortars are so good on this map, and therefore so very bad on this map, because mortars are just straight good on this map for unsurprising reasons. The problem with mortars is that mortars, when anticipated, are bad. And you know what their opponents did? Team 1 dropped 5 machine gunners before doing anything else. So, Team 2 here put down a bunch of mortars and got immediately countered. Well, soft countered. Mortars, you can't really hard counter them because that's not how RNG works. But, that's, we're already off to a race. It's typically this map, so this is too tempting of a strategy to not do many of the times. And therefore, in competitive, like the upper 2 competitive play, you tend to not see the the mortar rush. Because on the other side, it's just far, far too cost-effective to defend against it by dropping down a bunch of gunners. So you don't see mortars most of the time. So it is rare that you see early game play on this map because of that. However, it isn't a bad strategy. And we see it here. It's landed... It's another thing. Snipers are anti-air. Oh boy. So, unsurprisingly, we see Team 1 just going about their merry day, ignoring the mortars completely as they get an upgrade center to upgrade their mines and a munitions plant to get cannons. This is a very cannon-favored map. Here we have on the right-hand side going for the upgrade center, which will get some access to upgraded mortars, though I suspect they're going to go for additional income first. Looks like the mortars have slowed down. But they've not stopped. As Team 2 transitions toward heavy weapons themselves, getting themselves a munitions plant. So the reason cannons are quite popular on this map is because it's difficult to shoot down a howitzer if the howitzer goes straight over the top here, just barely grazing the top. You don't have a whole lot of time to shoot down the howitzer as you get line of sight of it. And so it deals a lot of damage. Thus howitzer very popular on this map, thus cannons. And of course cannons are always just a good idea. My cannons are never bad. Upgraded turbines out of Team 2. Oh, it finally landed. After all these hits. After all those shots. You know, that's the thing about mortars. They are an RNG weapon at the end of the day. Even if it's defended very effectively, sometimes you just roll a nat 20 and then things spiral from there. Because once one machine gunner goes down, the chances that the second mortar gets through goes up, and then it can spiral. It can spiral quite quickly. The man's using his sniper to deal with the mortars, because machine gunners just seem to be letting one through every now and again. The first cannon for both teams has been placed. Team 1 substantially ahead in the cannon production, having 2 cannons placed, both of which, the second of which is 1/3 completed, whereas Team 2 here only has 1 cannon placed, which is just coming up on 1/3 completed now. So Team 1 will have 2 cannons active before Team 2 has a single cannon active. That could put Team 2 at a great disadvantage. Kind of surprised to see these mortar launchers still present. One of the reasons why players hesitate to put mortars or anything directly above the core is because drop shots happen, and drop shots are the name of the game in this particular map. So it is typical that you see things placed here get sold off, and this entire section hard walled off, just to defend against drop shot kind of things. As Team 1's first and second cannon are finishing up right now, so we should see opening volleys in a moment. No, maybe. If you let Team 2 have the first shot, despite Team 1 having a cannon for like a whopping 40-ish seconds. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, that hurts so much. The worst thing about that is those energy shields were both active and completed, but because they didn't have the energy storage, because this battery wasn't completed, the instant this cannon went down, it completely drained every little bit of energy out of their reserves, setting their energy to 0 and causing the energy shields to deactivate because they literally ran out of energy. And that was the instant they ran out of energy. Team 1 capitalized by sending a cannon shell directly through their energy production line, which is just painful to see, you know? Interestingly enough, both of those energy shields coming in clutch, defending the turbines from what would have been a disaster. So it is currently 3 cannons going on 4 versus 1 cannon going on 2. Now, Team 1 definitely does not have the energy production to keep all of those cannons firing. So I am curious. I'm very curious why Team 1 isn't firing. I understand. Are they trying to build up enough cannons to just one-shot anything? Typically, cannons obtain victory by attrition. So continually firing your cannons, even if you're not going to pen something, is the preferred option. Oh, Lord. Team 1 stability tech is, you know, this is a lot more stable than the blinkiness would otherwise indicate, but it is definitely looking scary. Team 1 agrees as they're lacing it with layer upon layer stability tech. I don't know what the teams are waiting for. Team 2 fired, and that seemed to have angered Team 1. That's, I think, all there is to say about that. Solid hits all around. Okay. Team 2 going on 3 cannons. 3 cannons is where things get really scary. Ooh. Yeah, okay. If you can follow... Like, Team 2... Team 1 does not have the energy production for this. Like, you can't... They can't do that. They need more turbines. A lot more turbines. They're upgrading their current ones, but that's just going to delay things even further. Well, Team 2 still got some time left in their hands, so that's good for them. Team 2 officially has 3 cannons constructed. That could be devastating the team for their opponents. This is strange to me. I don't think I've ever seen a match, especially at this caliber, where the teams are just staring at each other like this. 3 cannon shells, all 3 of them straight into the energy production of Team 1. For the record, math-wise, a cannon shell for an energy shield is a good trade for the cannon player. Huh. They actually took the Howie down. Nice. It begins. It's a bit of an odd way of going about that, but that will put an end to the stalemate. if permitted to live. Does this have an angle? Is that all? It's gotten it real close, but I think that does have an angle. The cannons are flying. If Team 2 had continuously fired at those energy shields, they would have hit the turbines again. I think at this stage, both teams are trying to go for door snipes and are prioritizing that over most other things. Which is why we're seeing them wait. It's just strange to see cannons wait. Okay. Buzzsaw flies, how he shot down. They are absolutely trying for door snipes. And by a lot. First tier 3 launch. Both teams vulnerable to tier 3s. This team especially vulnerable to tier 3s. Yeah, that's my concern. You have to cut that a little closer. God, he built it backwards. Who does this? Okay. So Team 1 has to be scared of this. The tier 3 is a major threat here. Because the way they have built, it leaves several spots that are open to nearly one-shotting the entire base. To defend against a tier 3 would require, like, to full defend against a tier 3 would require substantial amounts of additional weight added onto their fort. Which, as I'm sure you guys can figure, is not something that Team 1 is particularly keen on doing. Which I imagine is also why Team 1 is not notably reacting to the tier 3 besides a couple extra sandbags around. Because they don't want to add the extra weight they need to full defend against it. Out of, you know, fear of doing so. I don't blame them. Tier 3s are particularly imprecise. So realistically, Team 1 can just ignore the tier 3 and let it miss for the next several minutes while Team 1 tries to end the game. That is entirely in the realm of durability. Uh-oh. This isn't cross-braced, it'll fall. If you don't cross-brace your cannons, they will very likely fall like that. That's some good damage. That's the kind of damage Team 1 was looking for. Team 2 out of money, and now pretty much their only hope is the tier 3. Swing and kind of a hit. It lands on the core, but doesn't break the core. The core itself is not vulnerable to a tier 3 snipe. Team 1 now just laying on the pressure. They've detected blood in the proverbial water, and they want it, they want it gone. Tier 3 whiffs again. Oh. Team 1 investing in a shield. That should help against the tier 3 immensely. He's waiting for a door snipe is what he's doing. The moment Team 1 fires a cannon, any cannon, this cannon will retaliate in his general direction. They're sitting over here trying to bait doors. They paused for a moment to repair. There it is. Swing and a miss. Oh dear. I think the tier 3 is likely to not do much at this stage. There's, with this covering here, the additional metal emplacements, and enough sandbags, I think Team 1 is not in a position to get one shot anymore. But Team 1 really should be shooting their cannons a bit more. Oh, well, that's one way to defend against Double Howie. Lots of damage all around, but nothing critical. Defending the howitzer via cannon fire, well, that's bad. But defending the howitzer via cannon fire, not the ideal solution, but better than getting hit by the howitzer, at least from Team 2's position. The bigger problem is that Team 2 just lost all of their turbines, which means their energy production is gone. Swing and a miss. Double howitzer time. Hit. Actually didn't deal as much damage as I could have. Oh, but Team 2 gets door sniped. A beautifully timed shot out of Team 1. And Team 2 loses their last standard cannon. Team 2 still does have a tier 3, which, while a big threat, is unlikely to end the game or do terribly much in their favor. Team 1 has definitely stabilized the whole thing. Well, both howitzer shells colliding midair, that happens sometimes. Oh no. It lands, but this time it does real damage, cutting deep. That's a huge repair bill, taking out turbines and necessary defenses alike. The tier 3 lands on the shield on top of what would have likely been catastrophic, if not game-ending levels of damage. That shield gets replaced and has a neighbor placed next to it. This is... They are coming up with creative ways to reconstruct their fort. Oh, it's massive damage again. Oh, it's bad. Oh, it's real bad. This could catch Team 1 off guard. A beautiful hit. A single anti-air gunner exists. 2 mortars make it. The sniper, again, taking out mortars left and right, just sniping them out of the sky. literally enough to keep Team 1 out of trouble. Ah. This is why we can't let good players have snipers. Snipey too strong. Snipey way too strong. Alright, Team Schmaz. It's got mortars and a tier 3 available. No energy with which to use them. And with the amount of cannon fires slamming into their base, it's unlikely they're going to have energy in the foreseeable future. Yeah, Team 1 is reinvested into anti-air. It's going to leave the mortars in a less usable position. Solid hit, but just chunks the ablative plating for Team 2. So at this point, all 4 cannons for Team 1 fired directly to the core of Team 2 should put Team 2 into a position where they are unable to repair faster than the cannons should deal damage. It will take several volleys, but Team 1 should just be able to punch Team 2 out of the game here. Awkward. Howitzer on howitzer violence. The buzzsaws, man. They're tearing Team 2 apart. That came so close to just right over, just skirting the top of the mountain. Good damage cannon, follow up to the core, do it. Oh, they're trying. That's how you do it. There it is. That's the damage you're looking for. Do that again. You have energy in the bank, don't stop doing that. There it is. This is the game-ending amount of damage. Quad cannon follow-up to the core, please. Thank you. Much good. Team 1 with the victory. Please resign now. Wins it. Well played, well played. Alright, next up we have Team Fortbreaker versus Icebreaker is bad. So much damage in one place. It hits so hard. Just look how much it chunks. It penetrates, then explodes. It's beautiful. Well done, well done. Alright, next up, we have, it is Forts Breaker versus Icebreaker. Okay. Alright, next map will be on Hang Time? I believe Hang Time is the next map. Alright then, who is on these teams? We have and then we have the other team, which is let's see, team 1, and okay, we should be good to go here shortly. The players are joining up. Let us go. Do want to say a quick shout out to James Kavanaugh coming in with the nuclear launch with a message saying thank you for the Forts content. I am always happy to bring more Forts content for you guys, because it's the best kind of content we got around here. If you guys want to see more content like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure to hit that like button. Make sure to hit that follow button, wherever you may find it. I do also want to say that, once again, thank you. Can we get some love in chat for James Kavanaugh? That kind of support is what keeps us going around here. Excellent. I'm just waiting for one more player. Okay. We're just waiting for one more player. Okay. Everyone is here. The match is made. It's about time to do this. Let's go. And we're off. Here on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortsbreaker. Playing as the armoured commander, we could expect to see some slower play. A lot of eco to move them along. Eaton, Taichu, and Helicopter. Getting themselves set up for, well, selling off most of their innards. Which is par for the course. They're playing against their opponents. Team Icebreaker Bad. Great Roo, Catbug, and Powfu. Starting with the exact same opener. But they're playing as the Overdrive Commander. We may see a similar playstyle out of both teams, with slightly different flavors. Specifically, out of the Overdrive Commander, you can expect to see some faster upgrades and therefore a little bit quicker return on their investment. Whereas across the field, Armadillo generally doesn't do things quickly so much as do things efficiently. I'm very okay with this. Also, this is a little bit of lore behind this logo with this skull of Krubis. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? It's fine. The other team was doing the same thing too. Opening and closing their door. Just waving at each other with their doors. Now, I'm not terribly surprised to see upgrade centers from both teams here. I just question what their actual strategy is, because it's not rockets. You know, they were definitely aiming for the core with that, but honestly, taking a turbine's probably the best case scenario with the EMP. Team 1's tactic is revealed, both to us as spectator and the opponents, because, well, the munitions plant is physically revealed. Similarly, I would have expected similar heavy weapons tech out of Team 2 here, but we don't see that just yet. Instead, we see upgraded everythings, which is fine. I did not expect the rocket here. That's, Typically, the token EMP is just that. It exists for just long enough to get a couple hits in, be a little annoying. If you're lucky, get any amount of damage done. And then you sell it off for, you know, mostly full price, and all you've done is delay your opponent somewhat in exchange for really no cost to yourself. However, upgrading to a rocket changes the equation a lot. It's an actual investment that will slow you, the player, down substantially for doing so. So if you're going to get this rocket, you have to do actual meaningful damage to the opponents in order to make it worthwhile. I think they've crossed that threshold. So this rocket was definitely worth it. It's just, I didn't expect at all. Okay. This is fine too. The AP sniper exists, but there's nothing for it to do. For Team 1 has prepared for it already. Team 1 is likely just going to place probably a howitzer. No, they're going for cannon, not howitzer. Standard cannon. There it is. And Team 2 is going for the plasma laser variant. So two different strategies here. One going for cannons, one going for lasers. I'm going to put my money on cannon player versus laser player, should I say team. Because each of these bases is being actively controlled by 3 different players simultaneously. Which is the significance for many reasons. In part because they can simultaneously do multiple things. In part because they can simultaneously mess each other up. Which is the usual state. The usual condition. Shotgun for both teams. Is tickling each other's forts, but no significant damage dealt. Potential timing attack out of Team 2. But I think they're not going to go for a timing attack. They just want the fire beam, plasma beam. Okay. Not a whole lot of action outside the initial rocket. I was surprised to see the initial rocket. Also, very brave. EMPs are quite fragile creatures. When your opponent has things like shotguns and snipers and machine gunners and you know about it, having an EMP just on the field at all is a brave thing to do. But here we are. FYI, Team 2 is building their base like this because they fully expect to get slammed by a howitzer, which is what they're defending against. I'm not sure why Team 1 is going with an EMP though. Like they have an EMP and supporting weapons to try to get the EMP across the field, which they managed to do, but like Team 2 isn't vulnerable to it, really? There's no real reason to have it there. Standard cannons doing cannon things. You'll love to see it. Okay. Two cannons go across. Surprised the cannons haven't really penned anything yet. But they have hit pretty hard. And it's caused a lot of rampant damage, but hasn't broken anything. Which is what Team 1 is really looking for at this point. Team 1 is also increasing, well, their everything. They're going to be going up to a third cannon here in a moment. A beautiful hit. Two beautiful hits against Team 2. Dealing some nice, thick, chunky damage to the laser door, but not actually breaking anything. They keep slamming the laser doors, which is a good call. There goes the EMP taken by the laser beam. Fire beam burning a cannon shell out of the air. Okay. There it is. The double shot straight through the doors. Team Icebreaker loses a fire beam, which is kind of important. They need those. The cannons are finally breaking through, knocking the doors down. This is what cannons are good at. I'm kind of surprised to see Team Fortsbreaker not building an additional metal storage. An additional metal storage would permit them to actually place a cannon without risking floating metal away. Fire beam, plasma beam combo. Pen's deep, but it's got zero chance of getting through those doors. That's just way too much chunk in front of those cannons. Way too much. I mean, look at it. It's a heavy lacing of bracing. Both commander abilities active. Surprise! Nuke! Team 1 is entirely unprepared for this. Aside from the existence of a single shotgun, this nuke is going to land and deal catastrophic damage. All 3 cannons have been wiped out with a chain reaction going all the way up into their core, knocking it down to 65% HP. This is how the tides turn. With the nuclear launch taking out most of Team 1's base, they're in recovery mode and panic repair as another nuke lands once again. Team 1 running out of money, being unable to pay the repair bill for all of this mess. It's about to get even worse for them as the nuke is rearming once again. Quadruple buzzsaw disconnecting just about everything on Team 1. All of their attempts at panic building the thick wood just to have any amount of a blade of armor is being swiftly removed, one buzzsaw at a time. Desperately attempting to use the EMP to ward off the nuke. Doesn't work because it gets shot down out of the sky as the buzzsaws shave everything clean. There is no more expansion left standing. And with that drops off most of the metal which Team 1 had partially banked up. A second nuke is in production. This will replace their swarm missiles, so there will be no cover. But it may not matter if the nukes land anyways. Team 1 relying on snipers to take down the nuke and manage it, because they don't have map control for anything else. The laser beams overpenning the defenses for Team 1 and actually taking out the turbines. Another nuke flies, but this time I think it's improperly aimed. Not that it matters too much. Huh. It actually mattered this time. Okay. Well, this got exciting very quickly. The buzzsaws, like that. Is that lethal? Oh, ho, ho, that was almost lethal. This nuke, however, always the potential to be, and it is. Kaboom. Team 2 with the victory. Very, very well played. Alright, and we're getting ready for the next round. That was a beautiful shot. So, surprise nuke does a lot of damage, I know. Who could have seen that one coming? as we get ourselves set up for another play. All right. We're doing the commander bands once more, then we'll be jumping into the next match. Pinch Fist and Armadillo are banned. More caffeine he needs. Alright, players are getting a quick refill on their drinks, and then we'll be jumping into the next match. I can tell you, I've had a nice day. Yeah. It's always a good day when we get to do Forts Tournament stuffs. Excellent. I don't know about you guys, but I might get barbecue for lunch, and it's gonna be tasty. I'm gonna play elephants. No, stop it. No elephants. Not like this. All right. What? Oh my God. He's giving us a heart attack. Ah. Let's do this. We're off. Again, it's fine. Everything is fine. Nothing happened in the lobby. Don't worry about it. The cats are all in the box. Cats have gotten the cat box. We've got a fort for each one of them. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Icebreaker Bad. Great Woo, Catbug, and Powfu playing as the Overdrive Commander, getting themselves set up for some grand old eco and, well, Only God knows what people are going to go for with the Overdrive Commander. They're facing off against their opponent's team, Forts Breaker, Eaton, Taichu, and Helicopter. Playing as a Spook Commander, I can tell you what they know. Team Forts Breaker knows exactly what Team Icebreaker Bat is doing, because that's how Spook works. Because I may not know what Team 1 is doing, but Team 2 will know about it. An attempt at rearward wind turbines. Upgrade center first out of Team 1 is an interesting decision. Especially given that they haven't started their Tier 1 tech. So they're going... So immediately Team 2 is reacting to the upgrade center, to the AP snipers. And hopefully they get it in time. So that's just a swing and a miss. Okay. Yeah. Team 2... I imagine, owing to them being Spook, does detect the upgraded snipers and defends against it. I'm still surprised to see the massively delayed Tier 1 tech, but here we are. Team 1 wins the sniper duel, which is a little bit of a surprise. Upgraded mines for Team 1 here. Team 2 is making a very different decision. Looking to get vengeance, I think. Team 1 has much stronger eco than Team 2, but Team 2 could suddenly spike with a whole heap load of damage. The question is, will they live long enough to do it? Because these exist and are likely to get upgraded. Yeah, it looks like they're getting upgraded without being revealed, which, I mean... Team 2 is Spook, so they will be revealed. Not only will they be revealed, but Team 2 already has AA on the field to assist with that. It almost makes it to the Gunners anyways, which is just terrifying to think about. Gunner down. One gunner falls, which means that the Team 2 is that much closer to having their everything break. There shouldn't be any serious... Oh, well, blind spot's been found. That's going to cause a problem. And a lot of damage. That's an immediate about 200 metal lost for Team 2. And it's going to be continuing to spiral out of there. Buzzsaw colliding harmlessly against metal. Machine gunners earning their wages. There's a little bit of there's not a whole lot of advancement coming out of Team 1, but Team 2 is looming. We see the mortars, which are just always a threat, but can be mitigated substantially for so long as Team 2 has sufficient map control. Team 2, on the other hand, multiple fire beams in production and a nuke with swarm missile cover. So this could escalate very quickly. Looks like they're going to fire the nuke without fire beam support. It does make it across the field, but splashes mostly harmlessly into a catcher. Sniper strong, EMP not so strong. Nuke flies. We should see the fire beam cover it. Doesn't matter. A delayed machine gunner takes it out anyways. Okay. I suspect this next nuke launch should be better covered by fire beams. There it is. Solid hit. The fire beam itself, despite its intent of not actually targeting the core, manages to deal some catastrophic damage here. This core is down to 28%. And Team 1 is a few batteries lighter for it. Nuke Firebeam team. Waiting on their energy production that they may fire once again. They really could use a few more turbines there on Team 2. There's a launch. Oh, that's good damage. Alright, so Team 2, their AA got suppressed incredibly hard at the perfect time. Team 1 down to 37 and 28% remaining on their core. Team 2 about ready to fire again. We should see another nuke launch here momentarily. Team 1, with the loss of most of their anti-air in that last volley, will be struggling here for this one. The buzzsaws... Oh, the buzzsaws just straight get a kill. They do that on purpose? I think they purposefully shot their own nuke to get it drunk and hope it would hit the target because... Alright, so catch this. Team 2 is aiming at the lower core. The buzzsaws killed the lower core, meaning the nuke was almost guaranteed to miss. So they shot the nuke purposefully to make it drunk, to make it go God knows where, giving it the opportunity to hit anything instead of missing. The nuke didn't hit anyways, but the apparent attempt at doing so is just... It's impressive. Team Icebreaker now looking to rely on shotguns to keep the nuke down. They hit it once, but once is not enough. It goes drunk and slams into its intended target anyways. The thick chunky defenses in front of Team Icebreaker is good. It takes the nuke just directly to the face and is fine for it. Oh boy. Oh, there's just so many buzzsaws, and Team 1 is not able to maintain it. Like, Team 1's been slamming buzzsaws against their opponents for most of the game, but Team Fortsbreaker can handle it. On the other side, however, Icebreaker Bad just doesn't have the money or the ability to maintain defenses against buzzsaws. And it shows. It shows a lot. The nuke launches once again. But this time, Icebreaker Bad has no anti-air whatsoever. The nuke is going to land. And land it does. Massive damage. Now they're using the fire beams offensively. They try to pen and get to the core. They do actually touch the core, but it won't be lethal, bringing the core down to 21%. I do not see a path to victory here for Icebreaker, for they do not have a way of defending against the nuke and the follow-up here. How did that not hit the core? Keeping it at 21%. Okay. Snipey falls into the abyss. Kind of surprised to see Team 2 hasn't upgraded their energy production at all. Is this it? Yeah, that's the end. Icebreaker was conceding at the end, but the nuke finished it before the concede could go through. It's so bright and shiny. There we have it. Team 2 evens the odds. This will put us on to match 3 of this best of 3. Okay. Alright, the match is made, the commanders are banned. The map is Moorings. Spook and Warthog are banned. Time's up. Let's do this. Into the last round of this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortsbreaker, Eaton, Taichu, and Helicopter. Playing as the Pinch Fist Commander, will be playing against their opponents. Icebreaker Bad, Great Woo, Catbug, and Powfu, playing as the Armoured Commander. This is very, very different commanders. Pinch Fist is the Pinnacle Rush Commander. They sell every part of their base and all of its insides and outsides in order to bootstrap your economy and your technology and get everything out, you know, like a whole 60 seconds faster. Compared to Armadillo over here, who takes things nice and slow and gets additional economy and then just takes punches for 20 minutes. You can see the discrepancy in the builds here. Team 1 has a tier 1 tech completed and 5 mines insert 2 turbines, and also 2 storages. And Team 2 has most of it, has not even half of a tier 1 tech, and just placed their 5th mine. Like, Team 1 is massively ahead in terms of development. But Team 2, well, they'll get there eventually. And that's their plan. Interesting. The read. Team Fortsbreaker placed a single mortar, and Team Icebreaker placed a single gunner. I actually credit the mortar with being at the advantage here, but he's selling off the mortar. Okay. Okay, no, it's just both teams are going defensive. Understandable. Does this turbine work? Or is that just too far? Oh no, that is cutting it real close then. Okay. Eaton not gonna let the snipe happen. Oh god. The game-ending snipe. Hearing the upgrades, it's gotta be concerning. I was gonna say, selling off a tier 1 tech, is that really what you want? That's no buzzsaws. Second cannon placed. But here come the heavy mortars. It's just 2 of them, so this won't be crazy. Two heavy mortars, if left unchecked, however, can be devastating. The buzzsaw opens the way for the sniper. No follow-up, as the mortars are still shot down out of the sky. Kind of surprised the mortars are still being shot down by just 2 gunners. As the cannons for Team 1 are wrapping up and completing. First cannon is available. Team 2, on the other hand, has no heavy weapons on the field. Mostly because they haven't finished their technology yet. Still a quarter of the way left to go. Team 2, like, I know Armadillo's slower. This is really pushing the boundaries of what slow means. With the AP sniper coming out, Team 1 is forced into a more defensive position. Can't be quite so greedy with their cannons. So they are forced to defend the cannons substantially before firing them. That's going to add another 30 seconds onto the cannon firing time, but that cannon firing time was just now. Doing reasonable damage. It's actually pretty good damage, breaking 2 mines in the process, which is about as good as you can get for an opening cannon volley. Like, that's some top-tier damage output there. So remember, cannons generally win via attrition rather than overpenning, rather than, like, penning deep and hitting something critical. So taking out mines and reducing your opponent's ability to, well, produce and repair things is your win condition in most matches where you go cannons. Looks like they are attempting to focus on this position here. This is a weapons platform, so I'm not surprised to see them focus here, as you would expect a weapon to be here. Obviously, there's also a weapon here. So they have the base design is practically the same for both teams, so it's mirrored. And as they're both going for cannons, we can see the similarities. Of course, the main difference being that Team 1 has many cannons and Team 2 does not, and instead opting for additional economy. Team 2 does have a notably stronger economy than Team 1, or at least will have a notably stronger economy once they finish rebuilding it. This sniper, oh my god. And then the cannon follow up. The sniper is just being an incredible pest, which has so far been about the only consistent thing in this tournament. So at this stage, the sniper has been an omnipresent, omniscient pest. Has refused to let anyone live peacefully. Sniper has woken up today and chosen violence. Team 1's struggling for energy production. Going up to 4 cannons with absolutely zero hope of supplying 4 cannons worth of power. Oh, triple shot cannons. And the quadruple? All 4 cannons landing in approximately the same space, but Tiny Door is strong. Team 2, Icebreaker manages to just face tank all those cannon rounds. Looks like Team 1's just going to be sitting around for a while, waiting for their energy to come back. For perspective, they have 5k out of the 12k energy necessary to fire all of those cannons. So, Team 1's going to be sitting out there. Just waiting. Team Pinch Fist's active ability reduces the cost to fire weapons by 50%, meaning during their active ability, Team 1 can actually use their cannons. Team 1 saving up energy, not firing for a moment so they can get all their cannons fired. Unfortunately for Team 1, the mortars have returned, this time in greater number. Will it be enough? If you have multiple hits, that's gonna be a potential issue. The bait mortar. It makes it across. Oh no. Swing and a miss. Heavy mortar not aimed well enough. It fails to hit the target, which is not what you want. When your bait mortar is hitting the target and your actual attempts at hitting the target are missing, it's not an ideal condition. So Team 2, so no one's doing substantial damage to each other. Team 1 is just perpetually out of energy and therefore cannot upkeep the cannons that they're attempting to fire, that they have. Team 2 has 1 cannon and therefore doesn't deal damage to Team 1. Like, you need more than 1 cannon, is what's going on right now. Wow. Oh boy. Quadruple cannon out. Heavy repair bill, but nothing that can't be replaced. More mortars are flying. But the AA machine gunners are enough to keep them away. Looks like Team 2 changing tactics slightly, going for straight for the core. Reasonable choice. Oh boy, oh! Anti-Howie bracing. A little heavy. Almost causing a collapse, but they maintain. Okay. Team 1 getting a little tall, risking gravity becoming their worst enemy. Ooh. That would have been a door snipe. Let me rephrase. That was a door snipe, but they plugged the door with sandbags at the last second, saving that cannon. That was close. That was very close. Team Icebreaker almost just lost the game. Otherwise, this has been a terrifyingly even match. Right, so it has been a surprisingly even match, all things considered, given just how much more firepower Team Fortsbreaker has. Yeah, that's a heavy hit. Team 2 loses 2 mortars and sells off the rest. It's probably for the best. I'm going to give Team 2 approximately 90 seconds to live. Unless they change something drastically here. Oh boy. So, the reason I gave the 90-second time expectation is Team 1 has an unchecked howitzer and Team 2 is categorically unprepared for it. Not only are they losing map control, but what little few machine gunners they have been shut down. So once this howitzer lands, it's going to be a howitzer fire with commander active, followed by 4 cannon shells directly to the core of Icebreaker, and that should be game over. Here it is. Commander active follow-up. And cannons to the core. 1 cannon! All it took is 1 cannon shot with the follow-up. Hey! There it is. Didn't even need all 4. It called it. Alright, so that will be the 3rd match in this best of 3. We have our victors for the semifinals as we move on to the 2nd semifinal. Quick shout out to Team Fortsbreakers as they move on to the finals. Next up, we have Furious Monkey Gang versus Please Resign Now. Question from Chad, was that a mortar round intercepting a cannon shot? Very likely, yes. I didn't notice it, but that is a fairly common occurrence, so I assume that is what happened. Because that happens fairly commonly. Mortars, like every other weapon, can be used in a pinch to defend against most other things. Cannon shell about to end your whole career? Mortars! Very effective. At least surprisingly effective. Alright. Give us a moment as we reinstantialize the cat herding. This one might take a second as we have to recreate the lobby this time around. Alright, Furious Monkey Gang, let's go. Benzinpreisvergleiche. And Fluffages Joe. Excellent. Alright, first map will be Pillars. Looking forward to the Battlegrounds match. At least I certainly hope it we get to a Battlegrounds match. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We have just about everyone here. Cat herding going surprisingly smoothly, all things considered. There we are. Salzwerk has made it into the lobby. For those wondering, Salzwerk is the other streamer who's broadcasting these very same matches. If you guys want to see these same matches but broadcast in the German tongue, make sure to check him out on Twitch. Alright, Team 1 bans Architect. Team 2 bans Armadillo. Alright. The match is made. The map is set. The commanders are banned and the players are almost ready up. We should be jumping into the match in a moment here. Let's go. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, here on the left-hand side, it is Team Furious, often banned. Furious Monkey Gang. They're playing as the Scattershot Commander. Interesting. Geiger, Finn, and Malmö. Using a different strategy than the ones we've seen in this tourney so far. Scattershot, very good. I can't not terribly surprised by it, but intrigued nonetheless. Playing against their opponents on the right-hand side, the Please Resign Now team. Fluffages Joe to Bensi and Alessio. The choice of Pinch Fist is not... Pinch Fist on this map doesn't have the same strength that it does on many of the other maps. Not because it does something differently, but because on this map, there's fewer starting resources, so there's less of your base to sell off, and therefore less jumpstart you can get by selling off your base. Still, Team 2 is dramatically ahead of their opponents, with 2 additional mines and an additional turbine, while keeping pace with the, only slightly behind on their Tier 1 tech. It looks like Team 1 is going straight to munitions plants, like as fast as possible. No, they're making a quick pit stop to build some anti-buzzsaw. Interesting. But they'll be going to munitions plant here rather rapidly. I expect to see 20mm out of Team 1, stacked very tall, and then slammed face first into Team 2. However, Team 2 is going to start doing some rough play. They're not going to live... Team 2's objective is to not permit Team 1 to live long enough to do whatever they want, or anything they want, or anything at all. Because this is going to be a 6 rocket rush, and it is revealed. Team 1 knows about this, or at least should know about this. They are not reacting enough to what they see here. It's a good start. They are certainly reacting to it, but I think they are not reacting enough. Because... ooh. Okay, that could have been... that buzzsaw was beautiful. Things could have gone very differently here. They have another opportunity to buzzsaw again. Two sniper players out of Team 1 just hanging on the snipers. They win the sniper duel super hard. I'm sorry, Team 2 wins the sniper duel super hard. That buzzsaw pays with its life, but it was a life worth... it was a sacrifice worth making. Eliminating 2 shotguns in the process. So, Team 2... I may have misspoken. Team 1 actually shuts down the rocket rush. It completely shuts it down. That's a lot of expenditure that Team 2 had sent to that, and it gets destroyed. Completely destroyed. Okay. So what is their plan now is the question. As please resign now, having been shut down to this degree, needs to transition into something. They could double down and go back into rockets, but I think that's not what they want to do. I think they're looking to swap to heavy weapons tech, and that they are. Planting their munitions plant down here. But that puts them, I guess, slightly behind. It's not terribly behind, but behind nonetheless. That's an interesting situation. The amount of expense that Team 1 spent to clean up that rocket rush was totally worth it, but it was heavy enough of an expenditure that Team 2 isn't incredibly behind. Not because Team 2 didn't spend a lot more, but because they transitioned very nicely and were able to sell off much of it and get it back via pinch fist. So they spent a lot, but they were able to recover chunks of it. significant chunks of it, which is something that Team 1 can't do. And so Team 2 didn't get punished as heavily as they could have for that. Note that Team 2 is investing into mine upgrades. They're upgrading their economy now, as opposed to saving for cannons. So Team 2 won't have cannons out as quickly as they could have. They're hoping to drag the game on a little bit longer. Whereas on the other side, Team 1's already placed their first 20 mil. Their second one should be going down here in a good 30 seconds, maybe? Probably less. Team 1 maintaining the harassment and pressure. There's the second 20 mil. We should see the cannon getting placed now-ish. Someone's getting yelled at in Discord right now. There it is. And now we go into the game that Team 1 wants to play. The Angry Monkey Gang. They've got 20s. Plural. And they're looking to deal some damage. Damage they can, in fact, deal. Question is, where are they going to send that damage? Is it straight to the core? Or is it to the weapons platform? Either way is a good way to go about it. I imagine the weapons platform would cause more damage, a higher repair bill, but won't actually break anything important. Interesting that the commander ability is activated, but Team 1 hasn't fired yet. Right, looks like straight to the core is the call. No major damage dealt. Almost lost their 20s in the process. Just the multiple players on multiple snipers is a terrifying combo. Especially when players have aim as good as these players do. Multiple buzzsaws. Cleansing the front of the base of all things wood. The 20 mils just splashing their damage around. Unfortunately for Team Monkey Gang, snipers exist, and they were very furious at these 20 mils. And the 20 mils opened the doors, and at the time it took the cannons to empty their mag, they got sniped completely. Commander active for Team 1 makes those 20s a bit more precise and accurate for that matter, and use it to snipe out a bunch of energy production off of Team 2, which is a great use of it. But now Team 2's got cannons, multiple cannons, and they're quite happy to wield them. Overpenning the base, hitting the foundation nodes rather than breaking anything critically important. Team 1 manages to survive without taking much damage, but Buzzsaw from below just disconnects the 20 mil from the wall and it collides. Team 1 has officially lost all of their weapons. Similar situation over here. The snipers run into the wall, owing to Buzzsaw madness. The problem here that Team 1 faces is that their opponents have double cannon, and they have nothing. So we have 0 weapons versus 2 cannons, and I think this is a story we've seen many a time. Cannons win this. Unless something changes very quickly. Team 2 focusing on fixing their eco before sending more cannon shells across the map. They should be free to do so at the moment. They're starting to float money, and they're not shooting their weapons. You should do that. Y'all have 3 players with weapons. You got it. Turns out they were saving up for howitzer instead. Completely understandable. Okay. Looks like someone's sitting on the cannons now, so we should see those being fired, basically on cooldown, over the next couple minutes. Cannon flies, solid hits. Nothing critical is damaged. Just a nice chunky repair bill. Team 1, I think Panic activates their commander ability, because they didn't have any weapons available to use for it. Scattershot team has had a little bit of a problem here. Failure to start kind of problem. Cannon's doing the cannon thing of just punching until there's no doors left and then punching again. Furious monkey gang loses yet another 20 mil. Like this unsustainable losses at some point. Team 2 has a howitzer 3/4 of the way complete, so we're going to see some massive damage output suddenly coming from that direction. Team 1 is unprepared for the howitzer. Entirely unprepared for the howitzer. It's going to land wherever Team 2 wants it to land, and I think they want it to land directly under the core, where they'll have 2 cannons follow up. They'll probably have 1 cannon follow up, just because I think the second cannon here can't hit the core. The howitzer is ready. Commander ability is active. Looks like instead they're going to be aiming for the foundation nodes, which is a relative weak spot. Perhaps they intended to aim higher, as hitting just a little bit higher could potentially deal game-ending damage. Okay. Buzzsaw strong. Shout out to double-doored machine gunner, minigunner. Commander active, which means more howitzer. Yeah, they adjusted the aim there, but they did manage to use the minigunner to shut down the howitzer round. Looks like we're still gonna see the cannons following into the foundation bracing at that spot. Minigunner is good at anti-howitzer play. Quick shout out to closing the door by dumping a wall of sandbag in front of it. Who needs doors when you have sandbags? It's like the wooden door all over again, but sandbag. But made out of beach. The single 20 mil out of Team 1 is not cutting it, and they know that. And I struggle to figure out what they're trying to do with that. Like, what's their plan here? I see them making mortars. Is that it? Not quite. I think the cannons weren't quite aimed well enough. But they did break through the defenses. Furious Monkey Gang has been breached, cracked. Their core down to 75%. Oh no. Buzzsaw's threatening to rip the base off its foundations. Howitzer. Flies. Cannons. The howitzer not quite in the right position to follow up is a problem. We do see an additional cannon in the top section above the howitzer here. Despite it being vulnerable to mortars, it is in the prime location to follow the howitzer shell in. Team 2 has the energy banked up to do an entire volley, which I suspect they're looking to do right about now. I think they were hoping that Buzzsaw was going to land and deal the damage. Clear the way for the howitzer. Solid hits. We have a penetration shot. Hitting... What did that hit something? Was it a... That was a metal storage, I believe. Machine gunners coming online for Team 2 that should keep most of those mortars out of the air. Although the mortars still have a solid chance of landing, it should prevent them from dealing critical damage in any kind of surprise scenario. Team 1 still failing to field weapons, which could be considered a major threat to Team 2. Like the mortars are always somewhat of a threat, but not anything consistent. This could be bad for Team 1. They live. Probably off the back of this open door here. If this door wasn't opened. Oh, is that it? Oh, ho, ho, ho. Stability tech coming in to save. That's close. You don't see that every day. Losing your primary foundation nodes and still surviving owing to stability tech. Oh. Oh boy, was that a stressful finish. My God. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Team 2 takes round 1 in this best of 3. Very, very well played to all parties involved. Let's jump into the next round, shall we? Give us a moment while we get everything set up. All right. What do we need? Commander bands now? Armadillo has been banned. Spook has been banned. Alright, the match is made. Stalactites 1v1, but with 3 players in each fort. Spook and Armadillo have been banned. The teams are set. The players are readying up. We'll be jumping into the next match momentarily. Be round 2 out of this best of 3. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to round 2 in this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side... Did we not... Yeah... Is that correct? Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Fluffage's Joe, Derbency, and Alessio. Playing as the Warthog Commander. They're facing off against their opponents, Geiger, Finn, and Melme. Geiger, Finn, and Melme are playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. Pinch Fist Commander, you know it, you love it. It is the Rush Commander. They will sell off all of their things, all of their internals, and replace it with additional goodies so that they can bootstrap their early game and, well, move on to do things a lot faster. Compare this to the Warthog Commander. It has no economic bonuses, instead it gains empowered heavy weapons, and therefore heavy weapons are the primary weapon of choice for Warthog players. Oh, jeez. Here comes the buzzsaw. So, somewhat of a surprise. Team 1 is going for some early gameplay. We're seeing multiple flak, which presumably will be upgraded into shotguns momentarily. And they're getting bullied by a sniper from Team 1. Oh no. Okay. Alright. Clarification from chat. Afan is ape, not the more specific monkey, and band is band as in orchestra. Gang would be bande. Using the English translation, or using the English name given by the players, they describe it as Furious Monkey Gang, and that is the name given in the challenge. If you use the bracket command, you can see that for yourself. I'm not going to attempt to translate such things. I will accept their descriptions. Maybe it was meant to be Germanglish? Maybe I don't know. I wasn't there for the naming part of it. All I can say is that we got quad shotguns out of Team 2, which is an interesting decision and quite oppressive. But nonetheless, generally need some manner of follow-up or there's going to be problems. And I think this will be the follow-up. We're going to see 2 more of these. At least 1 more of these, but probably 2 more of these. Then we'll see them upgraded. This begun, the sniper wars have once again... I mean, to be fair, did it ever stop? In comes EMP. Manually fired machine gunner, but doesn't make a difference. Machine gunner. Machine gunner. Freaking got me thinking in German. I don't even speak German proper. Or like at all. Oh, no. Yes. With 2 shotguns, with 4 shotguns, you don't really need 3 rockets. Kind of can't afford 3 rockets with 4 shotguns, but with 2 rockets, that'll be enough to break anything and everything, and the shotgunners will be able to suppress everything into the ground. This is actually not an uncommon tactic or strategy. It's just something you don't often see at the competitive level here. It's mostly because it's just a bit too APM intensive and vulnerable to snipes and such. Oh no. Here we go again. Furious Monkey Band has sustained 4% damage to their core, but more importantly, they've managed to get a cannon onto the field and fired it with its empowered commander active. Did not break Team 2, but it came close. The one thing cannons do better than anything else is just guaranteed damage. And when you have an entire wall of weapons, it's very difficult to prevent that damage from getting through. Because you need doors everywhere, and doors are expensive. A cannon just slams onto a door, you gotta replace it, but you can't because doors are expensive, and the cannon comes in again, and then you lose your weapons, and then you just repeat ad nauseum, and so you have no weapons left. So generally speaking, cannons are the superior option, but, well, it should go without too much saying that Team 2 is kind of just in the lead right now, and while momentum may start swinging, their momentum is slowing. They definitely aren't. It hasn't stopped yet. Definitely hasn't stopped yet. They've got plenty of time to keep the grind going and push Team 1 into the dust. Especially with the addition of a buzzsaw, which dramatically reduces the efficiency in which Team 1 can defend against these rockets. Brave souls on Team 1 right here. Sniper anti-air. Don't see that every day. Team 1's getting kind of desperate here. They're looking for they're hunting for door snipes and nothing else right now. They get it, but it doesn't matter. They got door sniped in exchange. They traded door snipe for door snipe, and Team 1 loses that trade quite heavily, actually. Congratulations, Team 2. Please resign now. Evens the scores. This is what the final moments of Furious Monkey Band looked like in this match. Bet you the moment they realized those rockets made it through that deeply, they're like, wait a minute, that's an undoored cannon. We're gonna snipe it real good. And yeah, sure, Derbency does actually make this shot, and he breaks Team 2's weapons, but, or at least some of the weapons, but it didn't matter. The damage has been dealt, and Furious Monkey Band loses the entire match for it. All right. As we get ready for the next round. So this leaves the scores even. So we have both teams are neck and neck. And these semifinals have been great, actually. Like, it's been at least one win for everyone involved. Asuka, why are you here? Battlegrounds time. I'm looking forward to this one. I was hoping we got a match on this one. I'm very much still looking for this one. Or should I say looking forward to this one. Alright, commanders have been banned. Armadillo and Architect are disallowed. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have it. Here on the left-hand side, Geiger, Finn, and Malm. Playing as the Pinch Fist commander, selling off all their internals and replacing them with more goodies. They'll be facing off against their opponents in this Pinch Fist mirror match. It is Fluffage's Joe, Derbency, and Alessio. Now, the reason I was looking forward to this map is you got this big old expansion up here. Rather, a small expansion up here which you have to connect to by creating a very large trunk, which typically gets loaded down with weapons and everything else. It's always exciting. This is the third round in this best of 3 in the semifinals. Furious Affenband, Geiger, Finn, and Malme have gone 1-1 against their opponents. Please resign now. So fitting that we're in a complete mirror match. Pinch fist on pinch fist action. Going fast and furious. the build orders are neck and neck. This is different. I was about to say, like, they're very similar build orders. There's not much difference, except that you kept their technology, but then suddenly, surprise! I wonder if Team 2 is gonna notice this. Like, surely they notice it, right? Like, it's just out there and exposed. They're not hiding it. All Team 2 has to do is look. Which they may not do, to be clear. Especially given that they're probably not searching for it. I'm surprised they managed to get this down without costing notable time on their build. That should be cause for panic. It is. Suddenly panic out of Team 2. Surprise! Swarm missiles out of nowhere. They definitely didn't see that coming. Selling off a battery. Looking to reformat their base. Team 1 is now, I think, suffering the consequences of using the swarm missile because they haven't placed their second cannon yet. There it is. That's going to put them notably behind Team 2 here for the first time. Buzzsaw is clearing away the missile catchers, and the swarm missiles fail to breach the defenses. Oh my. Here we go. The cannons are about to come online for Team 2. They've got a 20 mil on production too. Why are you like this? Okay. Another swarm missile launch. Definitely targeting that energy shield again. Splashing across the front of the base, no significant damage dealt. First cannon fired. Oh no. Oh no. The drop shot. The one in a million. This happens every so often. The drop shot from below is theoretically possible because gravity exists. But the chances of that happening, let alone happening in a spot that costs 3 cannons worth of destruction, that puts Furious Monkey Band, Furious Monkey Gang, in an incredible lead here. And they're just going to capitalize on that by going straight to the core, activating their commander ability to give them the option to pay for their cannon shells, because they're kind of suffering a little bit economically right now. You know, a bit of an energy crisis. They're getting an upgrade center, which would assist with that whole energy crisis problem. But for the time being, they're relying on their commander ability to get the work done. Oh no. The missiles. Honestly, the missiles aren't that big of a threat, but they force a response at a Team 2, and typically that would stress the APM of the players, but we've got 3 players in each fort, so they've got plenty of APM for it's just a matter of how much extra expenditure for resources. The resources aren't that much. I mean, we got a few turbines, like it took out a sandbag. That one hurt. Energy shields are expensive. Cannon shells are not expensive. So that one hurt. And of course, drop shot onto the core, bringing it down to 60 nice %. I would say I'm surprised neither team has gone for their expansion island, but I'm not surprised at all. It's a little thick, a little bit difficult to get up there. So instead you get these giant trunks loaded down with weapons. Energy shield takes one for the team, saves the turbines. Good trade, just expensive trade. Not sustainable in the long run. Uh-oh. Sniper senses blood. It finds blood. Machine gunner pays with its life. And more cannon shells. Okay, yeah. They're targeting the eco at this point. Which is probably for the best. Commander ability active means cheaper cannon shells, means more cannons shall sing. You could do it. Team 2 going for the expansion island, claiming it for themselves. Bro, fire the cannon. Why are you like this? Okay. It's fine. They're not saving it for a howitzer now. Okay. Nuke flies. There's no AA on Team 2, so we expect to see... Well... No AA doesn't mean they can't shoot it down anyways. Buzzsaw chops the nuke out of the sky. That's a story we've seen a dozen times or so. Unfortunately for Team 2, the nuke has reloaded. Although they do have a couple machine gunners this time. So it might be just enough to keep themselves alive. Nope. Oh, the friendly fire. The nuke is taken out close enough to deal some splash damage, but taken out nonetheless, strongly mitigating the damage it would have dealt. Oh no. Team 1 is just slowly scaling, slowly building additional goodies, while Team 2 is trying to get a little sneaky with it. That nuke duck dodging and weaving through weapons fire. 2 cannon shells follow up, breaking open the defenses and smashing the energy production. Team 2 going to be relying on these in order to get damage done, which is a risky prospect considering that they don't currently have map control. They are attempting to regain map control with their own snipers, and so far they've won the sniper duels. But that's not going to be enough. They have to oppress hard enough to keep the machine gunners out of the region entirely. They still have a little bit more time, because Team 2 isn't quite ready to fire those. They can fire them as swarms, and swarms will help clear some gunners, and would be worth firing, but it's not going to deal any damage until and unless they are upgraded to the nuclear option, which is currently a work in progress, but that still means that they're another 60 seconds out from being able to fire that sucker. And they have to live that long, and at this point, living that long is not guaranteed. It's also worth noting that Team 1 here is producing a howitzer, and given that Team 1 has map control, we could reasonably expect the howitzer to land. And if the howitzer lands, that's game over. Like this, if you thought the nuke was a lot of damage, nuke goes wherever it wants. Howitzer lands directly where Team 1 wants it to land, and they want it to land on the core. Howitzer plus double cannon follow-up, this core is not surviving. That's just, there's not enough eco in the world. And if they thought it was bad now, think about it this way. Team 2 in the volley before last just lost their mines. So they don't have the eco. They don't have the production to keep up with that kind of damage. By a long shot. So once this nuke completes, they have limited time to fire it, limited time to get shots on target, and even if they do, it may not be enough because the just banked reserves of resources and energy may be enough for Team 1 to straight end the game. Nuke flies right into a nuke catcher. Swarm missiles fly, distract for the nuke. Nuke gets taken out anyways. This is the problem when you don't have map control. They're firing everything. Team 1 it's got the nuke on the way, and it's got multiple cannon follow-up. Huh. Managed to live that. But at this point, Team 2, as you can see, the dense armor doesn't exist anymore. They're relying on spaced armor because they can't afford anything else. It's looking real bad, and here comes the Howie. Swing and a miss. Oh no. Another 10% dropped off of Team 2's core from that shot. Please resign now, down to 15% and dropping. The howitzer catcher catches the howitzer. No major damage dealt. The cannon's follow-up. Another solid hit. Core down to 8%. Core down to 7%. The splash damage, the chip damage is just... They can no longer sustain chip damage. Oh, the buzzsaw. Not only disconnecting the swarm missiles, but... Is this it? Surely the cannon. Yeah. Well played. Furious Monkey Band. Furious Monkey Band takes this one. Furious Monkey Gang. That's just... Change the names! Too many different names in too many different places. They win this semifinal and move on to the finals. So beautiful shots all around. All right. All right, guys, in this next upcoming match, we have Fortsbreaker versus Furious Monkey Gang. Which team do you think is going to take these finals? We're going to go ahead and start a poll so you guys can vote in. All right. I believe we're doing a bronze match first, which will be Icebreaker is Bad versus Please Resign Now. me go ahead and ping the teams here. Alright, so where's Icebreaker's bad? Then that's powerful. Let's get the players in here. Ah. One moment, guys. The cat herding is happening. Substantive cat herding is happening. Someone ran off to grab lunch and took half their team with them and didn't come back. All right, so we're gonna need a few minutes here. As we do some cat herding stuffs. That means I can get to snack on some craisins because I'm snackish. Wee peckish. Ah, yes. Oh, actually, I'm wondering, it's like, why does my leg feel so stiff? It's because sitting down. Also, leg day happened. It feels sore and stiff. Good opportunity to stand up and stretch. You guys make sure to do the same thing. You guys would want to be sitting down all day. That's not a good experience for the human body. Get those legs up and stretched while we get everything put together here. Okay. Alright, we'll be doing the bronze match we'll be doing the bronze match here momentarily. We've got half the players in the lobby. Okay. Yes. If I mentioned the soundtrack is good. The soundtrack for Forts is good. This map, yes, we are playing on elephants. What about it? Okay. Just missing one player. Question from chat. Do the swarm missiles force a response? They seem good as distraction for AA, but they don't seem to do much damage even unanswered. Yes and no. Swarm missiles do not break they do not break structure, but they break devices. So if you have something exposed, like say your turbines for example, or if you have something that's effectively undefended, that is to say like a cannon behind a single strut of wood, then the swarm missiles will cause problems. Like it will just straight break things. So you have to respond to the swarm missiles, because if you don't, you will lose your turbines. And then you have to stay honest by building defenses first before putting your weapons down and such. Otherwise, you just lose them all to the swarm missiles. Also, I want to say shout out to the... I like the emote spam feature. You can spam emotes in chat and they just slide up on screen. Or they slide up in the chat. Which is a nice little feature. Alright, the match is made. The players are here. The map is elephants. The commanders are banned. Armadillo and Overdrive are illegal. The players are readying up. We'll be jumping into the match momentarily. And everyone's typing in German, so I understand like half of the words. I generally get most of the sentences. Like I understand enough of the subject and verbs that I get an idea as to what they're saying. Most of the time. Alright. We're off. Let's do this. Into the first round of the bronze match. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Breaker is Bad. Great Woo, Powfu, and Catbug playing as the Spook Commander. Hated and loved. They're facing off against their opponents Please Resign Now, Alessio Derbensi and Fluffages Joe, playing as the Architect Commander. Both commanders very good for different reasons. Not a particularly common map, but very vanilla style. So we're not looking to see any wild and crazy strategies here. It has this map, aside from the omnipresent elephant, which is obviously the most important feature of this map, does have 2 expansions, both of which are not difficult to reach, but both of which are required to reach if you're going to go up to 5 mines. 5 mines is the default amount of mines you get on the vanilla map, so if you're looking to get a vanilla style economy, you have to do both of these expansions. Note, expansions are kind of by definition somewhat more vulnerable than they would otherwise be if they were all in a line. So this makes the map a bit less defensible in some respects, but also because the forward expansion is both close and below, it means that you can build up and very, very strongly defend your core, because you have effectively this massive chunk of forward space with which to work. So that's important to know. So while you don't get more eco on this map than you would across most other maps, what you do get is a potential to be both more vulnerable and more defended. We'll see how that plays into these games here. Unsurprisingly, Team Please Resign Now is going for an upgrade center early. As is Icebreaker is bad, and I don't know if that's as a response to their opponents going for... No. That's... They're ahead in the... It might have been as a response to them being Architect, and like trying to read them here. Because Architect tends to go for more eco-heavy builds because you can. Architect has the side effect of being somewhat more defensible because of the... what is it called? Because of the cheaper wood options. As it also has the option of pulling forward from behind, owing to the Commander active ability. So if you see something like Architect, it's almost guaranteed that your opponents are going for some longer term play with high economy, and therefore it's safe to do something similar. Because Team Icebreaker is bad as Spook, they could have done that. Alternatively, they could have just not participated in any kind of mind games and just decided to say, I like Upgrade Center because I like being rich, which is always an option. We see the token EMP here. I strongly suspect this will not be upgraded. Alright, they're upgrading it. Okay. The rockets fly. The snipers retaliate. We do see preemptive machine gunners placed. But only for Team 1, not for Team 2. Rocket lands, breaks turbine, which is great damage. Kind of surprised to see them not covering the core some more. Because that just took 20% HP off the core. Like, you don't see that. That was completely avoidable. Team Icebreaker's bad, losing 20% off their core. Is that an AP sniper hitting the core? It is. Team Please Resign Now loses 30% off their core because they got slapped by an AP sniper. Should have seen that one coming. It's fine. It's fine. Both teams have cannons placed. Team 2 has 2 cannons placed. I'm sorry, Team 1 has 2 cannons placed here on the left-hand side. Closest one to finish is about halfway completed. Team 2 has 3 cannons placed, and the closest to finished is about 10 seconds from now. Which is kind of important, because they can start firing almost immediately. Although they're not going to, they're choosing to defend first more than most things. Which is understandable. Given both teams are going high economy, neither is particularly interested in getting aggressive, as both teams' strategies involve being slow and being fat. This is one of those games where both teams have a kind of gentleman's agreement to not shoot at each other for the first 7 minutes. Let them both grow thick and fat off of their upgraded mines. A little bit of overpen takes out of my turbine. No significant damage dealt. Okay. So right now Team 2 has more cannons. And I imagine about to be more energy production. No, it's approximately the same energy production. It's about to be more energy production owing to the upgraded turbines. The additional energy production will be necessary to continually fire, or to pay for the upkeep of the cannons. Okay. Buzzsaws being present, as they often are. We do see Icebreaker is bad, again, going for mortars. This time, Team 2 is completely unprepared for them. And they don't really have places to build machine gunners, so this is going to deal some damage. They use the commander active ability to spam machine gunners down, as it's double production speed, construction speed. So we do see an immediate and swift response as all 3 mortars are completely shot down out of the sky from that previous volley. The mortar's taking out an energy shield, which immediately makes them worth. Cannon takes out a second energy shield, which is a good shot. Cannons flying across both sides. Massive damage. The energy shield, not yet reconstructed, is unavailable to defend the energy production. Team 2 loses 3 turbines and a battery. And another energy shield. That's going to set them back quite far. Team 2 will have to reconstruct those if they intend to pay for the upkeep of their cannons. Third cannon doesn't land across the turbine tunnel. Shout out to the drop cannon, dealing an additional 16% damage to Team 1's core, dropping them down to a total of 64% remaining. Oof. Cannon splash damage, 2 more hits, 52% remaining. Those energy, for the record, this is most of the time why you don't have your core directly adjacent to your wind turbine tunnel. Because if you do, this happens. And every time it takes a hit, your core takes damage. And it's just not good. So it means the opponent can just literally keep shooting your energy production. If you don't defend it, you lose the game. And if you do defend it, you take chip damage and lose the game a couple volleys later. Another massive hit. Please resign now down to 42% as they once again lose all of their turbines. Oh, good God. It's like StarCraft levels of worker hunting all over again. The ecos are ruined, but not knocked out just yet. Everyone's still in the game. They're not like stun locked or anything. They're just suffering. 2 more cannon shells, a drop shot going above the doors and letting gravity drop it back down, taking out the cannon. And 2 turbines in the process. Everyone's just kind of chilling, waiting for their cannons to reload. It takes so long for the cannons to reload without the energy production. Icebreaker bad. Team 1, 32% and dropping. It's not good. It's not great. But it's what they have. They're continuing to push their defenses out further forward in an effort to prevent such things. Here we see another cannon shell landing in that same position, but being caught out here instead of going all the way in and slapping the core again. Looks like Team 1 has detected weakness and is looking to capitalize upon it. Another hit, 21% remaining on Team 1's core. Team 2 fired 1 cannon and can't afford to fire again. These 3 turbines back here are MVP for Team 2. They're the only thing keeping Team 2 from being negative energy production right now. Oh, penetrating deep. Please resign now. It takes another hit, dropping them to 31% core. It's neck and neck in the splash damage at this point. Icebreaker's bad is just a little bit behind in that they've taken more damage. That's it. Death to splash damage. Please resign now wins this round in the bronze match. If you guys want to see what that looked like, we'll check it out right now. When triple cannons go to the core. Isn't it beautiful? That never gets old. I am very okay with this. Alright, the sides are being swapped. The next map has been selected. Alright, the map is made, the commanders are banned. Overdrive and Armadillo are not permitted for this round. It'll be a moment before the players are ready to go. And then we'll be jumping into the next round. Remember, one of these teams is up 1-0, so we may be finishing off the bronze match here. Let's do it. And we're off, ladies and gentlemen. We're off to round 2 in this best of 3. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is team Please Resign Now, playing as the Architect Commander. They're getting themselves set up for a nice, stable, long game, facing off against their opponents. Team Icebreaker is bad, playing as the Spook Commander. We may have another situation here where both teams agree to go long and not intervene or interrupt each other for, another 7 minutes. Alternatively, we may see a sudden tech switch out of anyone and things could go sideways immediately. Those are the two options, and both of them are readily available for this particular match. So we see the upgrade center placed for Please Resign Now. I imagine we're going to see an upgrade center placed. Yep, that's just like that. The upgrade center, of course, is the bipolar technology. It is the technology which enables you to upgrade your standard harassment style weapons and make them actually lethal. And so you'll see them used in early game rushes and cheeses all the time. Similarly, they allow you to upgrade your eco, so they are a requirement for all long-term games. Very rarely used in between. What is going on over here? Ah, stability tech. Okay. Interesting decisions. Yep, immediate upgrade on the mines. Okay, so both teams here are looking for is going to be another 7, maybe even 8 minute. 7, maybe even 8 minute agreement to not shoot each other is what's going on. That's not terribly surprising. This is the yep. Everyone's upgrading all mines. All right. Excellent, yes. We had temporarily placed machine gunners to defend against the potential mortars. We do have a token EMP. More importantly, Team 2 is going howitzer. This is a howitzer build. We're gonna see a howitzer placed here before we see cannons, whereas Team 1 has a cannon placed and already under construction. Can that EMP shut down the mission plants? It can. But it doesn't matter because the howitzer is placed first. The EMP exists and is in existential danger because there's going to be about 2 snipers staring at it. The instant it opens its doors, it's gonna get shot, because I'm surprised it lived. I'm surprised it's lived as long as it has. Makes me wonder if he's, Yep. Yep. The sniper's, it's looking at it. It knows it's there. Loses the sniper war. Does the EMP open up? EMP opens up and saves itself by sacrificing its EMP rocket. But that was close. That was real close. I don't know why you're playing with fire there, buddy. Usually you sell off the EMP once the opponent reacts with things like snipers. Snipers are on the field. And therefore, it is terrifying to have an EMP. But this is the world in which we live. This one, where we're still playing with EMPs. Well, I mean, I guess you have nothing else to do. It's not the worst decision. You can fire while the sniper's dueling your teammate. Which, interestingly enough, Team 2 has won the sniper duel twice in a row. Team 1 coming in with 3 cannons placed. The first of the cannons is ready to go. The first howitzer for Team 2 is not ready to go. But I suspect Team 1 is not prepared for multiple howitzer shells. Like, they do not see this coming. They don't have anti-howitzer. Well, they've got some anti-howitzer, but they don't have anti-air whatsoever. That's going to be a problem for them shortly. Did he hit it? No, he hit the turbine. Okay. I was like, this man's aiming for the howitzer, but he hit the turbine. That's fine. Alright, double cannons ready to go for team. Please resign now. Splash damage onto the core. Commander ability active for Team 2. Stealing a little bit of monies. Showing them what exactly they're up against as well. We should see the howitzers firing here in a moment. Looks like they're going straight to the core. Understandable. Taking chunks out of the defenses, but nothing critical was lost. Team 1 reacting by getting a wall of machine gunners and putting them behind tiny doors. This way they don't get all sniped. Team 1 ready to fire cannons once again. Machine gunners working incredibly well, even using a cannon to remove one of the howitzer rounds. And then completely shutting down Team 2's howitzer play. Double cannons directly into the same tiny doors. It's not enough to break through. How will Team 2... My question is, how does Team 2 respond to this? Looks like the smoke screen to help defend, keep the howitzers, clear from the machine gunners. Solid hit from the howitzer. Do we have a self-destruct? No. Definitely need that. Definitely need that smoke in order to make something work there. The blow-through round from Team 1's cannon did completely remove the smoke launcher from Team 2, and that's gonna leave Team 1 at Team 2 at an impasse here, because without that disabling of the machine gunners, those howitzers are gonna have a rough time getting across the field. The EMP shuts down the machine gunners, giving Team 2 a chance, but nope. There's enough flak and manual controlled anti-air on the sides, on the fringes, to make up for it. Surprised the EMP made it at all. The AP sniper doing terrible, terrible things to all those machine gunners. Howitzer lands, doing great amount of damage, but not enough to break anything important. EMP lands. If there's a time to fire the howitzer, it's now, but the howitzers are not currently reloaded. It looks like Team 2 is decided that the howitzer play is not it. That they have more important things to do. I imagine it's standard cannons. Yes, it is indeed standard cannons. Standard cannons, you can't go wrong with them, you know? Howitzers can be mitigated. Cannons, well, let me put it differently. Howitzers can be countered. Standard cannons can only be mitigated. These are very, very big differences here. Let's see. Why is it frozen? We're fine. We just ignore. Oh no, the shotgun just blew 2 doors off the machine gunners. They're exposed and vulnerable. No machine gunners. All it did is give them an opportunity to shoot down the EMP. Triple cannons. Not a single one of them hit the same spot as any other. Spreading that damage all over the place, but doing enough damage that, as you notice, they can't actually repair it. Those repair insignias are, well, they're failing because they kind of don't have the money to repair it all up. Okay. So we now have 2 teams that are going for the same strategies. The difference being, I credit Team 2 with having a nicer base and Team 1 with having more base. A nicer base is not necessarily a bad thing in this instance. Because yes, Team 1's base is definitely more deformed and blinky. Team 2 just doesn't have the firepower that Team 1 does. And firepower is incredibly important. That's it. Catastrophe. With that, Team Icebreaker is bad. Wins in this best of 3 in the bronze match. Very, very well done. That was a whole lot of damage and a whole lot of in a very specific place, really. We'll go ahead and check that out in the slow-mo, because that one's kind of hard to see if you don't know what you're looking for. So what exactly happened there? And a beautiful shot going straight to the doors. But of course, the doors lead to more doors. Another beautiful shot going straight to the doors, actually leaving the cannon exposed. Now, what they need is a follow-up shot to do any damage here. And what do we get? It's a shotgun. And it's a catastrophe. And it all comes crumbling down. That was a good match. As we get ourselves set up for the next round. Okay. Wait. Did I say that wrong? Oh no. It's not. It's 1-to-1. Oh my god. I'm stupid. I read the wrong team. The score is 1-to-1 right now. We're still in the bronze match. Okay. What happened to Zeltzwerk? Okay. Alright. Okay. Cat herding complete. We're on to the decider in the bronze match here. We're off to Hillfort. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we have on the left-hand side, it is Icebreakers Bad, facing off against their opponents. Please resign now. We have a grand and glorious mirror match. Armadillo on both sides. My favorite. Not actually my favorite. Armadillo is just quite good at being good. The thing Armadillo does best is going late game with extra economy and incredibly efficient defenses. Unsurprisingly, we have very similar builds here, in part because it's a mirror match, in part because, well, there's the giant hill in the middle between the forts really does restrict the strategies you have available to you. So, a lot of things, even something as simple as the EMP, just not available. Sometimes we'll see this with the buzzsaw on top. This can be used to chop off turbines if you get it right under here. It's effective, but it's also well known, so if you try to build it, you're likely to get sniped, which is what we see here with a cat bug sitting on that sniper waiting for Team 2 to dare open that door. By door, I mean wooden strut. The munitions plant for Team 2 is just placed, which hasn't yet been placed for Team 1. I'm not sure why. Did you get it? Nope. Now we got it. Alright. Buzzsaw hit the sandbags, did not destroy the turbines, and Team 1 still hasn't placed their technology. They are instead continuing to expand their energy production. So they're going to be far behind in any kind of weapon timing. What? Okay. This is fine too. Remember, this is the third match in the best of 3 between these two teams, the winner of which will take third place in this tournament. Which is exciting. Very into it. I am curious to see how this is going to work out, because this will catch Team 2 by surprise. And that, I don't know. This could have some great effects or do very little. One of the two. Because heavy mortars can deal some serious damage, but their armadillo, they can survive quite a long time, and these are experienced players who know how to deal with this. So, like, you got a turbine. That's a good start. We're going to have 3 more gunners coming online here in a moment, and that would near completely shut down the mortars. One of the gunners gets taken out by a mortar, which is another good step. Okay. Oh. Oh ho ho ho. The elevated buzzsaw. They weren't paying attention. There's no sniper to deal with it. They have to use metal. Okay. The metal protects them, but that is danger core. Perhaps more importantly, it put a massive amount of stress onto the foundation there. Team 2's got plenty of stability tech, so they're not in danger of collapsing, but it does limit the size to which they can build their fort without causing, you know, collapsing upon themselves. That may become relevant 10 minutes from now. What? What do you... What? I see what you did there, and I see why this is happening. I'm just also disappointed. Okay. There we go. The one mortar. Oh no. The mortar is if it hits the energy shield directly, does actually break the energy shield. So that was very close to dealing a lot of damage for a mortar. I think that's exactly what he's aiming for, I think. Team 2 is like, no, stop it, ours. They immediately get more machine gunners. All they had to do was just not fire the mortar for like a minute and a half, and then Team 2 assumed they sold it all off. And surprise, mortar again. Almost got a lot of value out of it. There we go. The cannons are opening fire. Team 2 fires the cannons first. It is coming up in 8 minutes, and suddenly the cannons come out of nowhere. Big shock. Is this a giant? Oh, it's only a 3 long. Okay. I was like, eh. Yeah. Here we go. Team 1's second cannon is coming online. Team 2's third cannon is halfway completed. Team 1 has positions for a third cannon but doesn't have it placed just yet. I'm getting some rear wind turbines, which I'm kind of surprised they aren't building some more down here for that. I guess it is kind of in the way. This is where we see the difference here. Remember when that first buzzsaw came through here, shifted the whole fort weight around? We have blinking forelongs. This is not what you want your base to look like. This is the stability tech. This means the stability tech here is being stressed. This could snap the entire thing. If there's enough recoil, enough jostle through the base, the entire base could just collapse. And this is all owing to that one buzzsaw that hit Team 2 when they weren't prepared for it. It's just the deformation after all this time. Compare it to this base, which is just as tall and not blinking at all. The difference is massive. Gosh. Look at that. It's almost like they're scared to build out this direction. Whereas Team 1 just has the thickness in front. Okay. You can see them adding additional tech here, adding additional bracings here to assist with this. Because it's very close to being a total collapse and a disaster. Okay. Here we go. The cannons are going to be coming online for both teams in full swing, and both teams well, Team 1 should have the eco to be constantly firing all three. Team 2 does not. That was almost a door snipe. That was close. That was very close. Okay. The forts are so big and thick and beautiful. This is what you can do with a fort when you've got plenty of APM to spare. I think Team 2 is just afraid to get bigger, to get taller, and get dense. Third cannon comes online. You can do it. Alright, Great Woo, Powfu, and Catbug. All three of them are on weapons right now, which means we're going to have some damage output. Question is Team 1 going to invest into more cannon? We do see some blinking struts here in some concerning places. This strut in particular is not healthy to be blinking. Let's see, at least. Obviously, it isn't quite as in danger as this one, but it's not. It is a vulnerability, and it's something that can be exploited. Snipers versus buzzsaws. Snipers win. Team 2 actually winning the sniper duel. Quite handily at that. Taking the buzzsaws as their prize. Oof, all three cannon rounds into approximately the same place. We do see additional stability tech placed around here. This will help protect against collapses. I believe these players should no longer be concerned about inevitable disaster, at least from that particular spot. Going straight toward the core, doing some reasonable damage to the base, but nothing that's going to be causing massive okay, no, it solidifies just in time. That could have been bad, could have been very bad. Kind of surprised to see they're not adding a fourth cannon up here. Cannons flying both directions, slamming into armor, but not enough to break either side. Team 2 finally getting the economy up and running to fire their weapons reliably, rocking out at 537 energy per second. They should be able to deal some real damage with that, as long as they keep firing, which they seem to be on top of. By the way, if this breaks, Team 1 dies. That's just how this goes. So I think Team 2 notices that, and as well as Team 1. And so they're doing everything they can to stop it from dying. And they're, they've so far succeeded, but only just barely. And if Team 2 is able to upkeep their cannons as they have been, we could potentially see a Team 2 victory here off the back of just pummeling that spot in particular until it no longer exists. No, look, we have target change. Team 2 focusing the energy production now. All four cannons slamming into the turbine tunnel. Howitzer lands. Massive damage. Notable deformation, but does not break. Okay. Team 2 wins the sniper duel once again. Howitzer reloaded. Team 1 does not have the energy to fire their weapons is the problem. They can fire like one cannon. But what they need is to reconstruct their eco, their energy production, before they do much of anything else. And they lost another 3 turbines, so that's a great feeling. Team 2 now has howitzer defenses up and running to defend against similar attacks. God, there's so much blinking. It's looking real rough. Oh boy. Buzzsaw immediately removed. Here comes cannon. That was almost a door snipe. Oh, that was anxiety-inducing levels of close to a door snipe. Would a door snipe be lethal here? I'm not sure if a door snipe would be lethal here, but there's 5 cannons now on Team 2. Guys. 6 upgraded mines does not out-metal 5 cannons. That's just not, like, I'm sorry. You can't, if you can constantly fire your cannons somewhere, anywhere, you will drain your opponents until there's nothing left. Team 2 just lost a majority of their AA, but cannon solves the problem. Okay. Another set of cannons fly across the world. Slam into Team 2. Team 2 loses a chunk of their howitzer defense. Howie versus cannon. Negates. Swing and a miss. That was 2 or 3 overpens? That's not the kind of thing you want to see. Not as Team 2 at least. Buzzsaw taking a chunk out of their life. Minor self-destruct. Oof. Almost a door snipe. They're aiming for that howitzer now, it would seem. When machine gunners beat the snipers. Oh, touch on the core. No significant damage dealt. All right. Friendly fire incidents on Team 2. Nothing that can't be repaired. That cannon is not well aimed. It keeps overpenning the base and not dealing any damage. Solid hit. Oh, this is it? Ooh. A door snipe, but only costs 1 cannon. That was terrifyingly close. Oh, ho, ho. Oh, if that cannon had gone straight through here, it would have penned and gone into the... Okay. 4 cannons to... Well, Team 1's going up to a 4th cannon. Well, that's not how you want that to go. Very cost-effective defense there for Team 1. And 4th cannon. Can do it. Well, rip new cannon. It wasn't defended, just built up on top, exposed. Hoping they wouldn't shoot it, but it got shot. Okay. A little bit more chip damage, once again, bringing them down to a total of 96%. Okay. Howitzer flies. Good hit. Massive damage. But nothing critical. A question from chat, why don't they reinforce those blinking pieces? They have reinforced the blinking pieces. That doesn't mean the pieces stop blinking. Gosh. Well, this is an interesting slugfest. Certainly one way to defend against the impending doom. More chip damage, bringing Icebreaker's team down to 88% core. Is that a 20 mil? Why are you like this? Okay. Oh. Oh. I feel like Team 2 needs to pick a spot, send all of their weapons into that spot. And just call that their strategy. Whereas Icebreaker, on the other hand, probably needs to do the same thing. They've kind of sort of been doing that, though. They've just been unable to get the actual damage done. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, please resign now is victorious in this bronze match. That's so good. I'm sorry, I need to see that in the replay, because that was the shot they needed to make. I can't even zoom in too much because this base is too big, can't fit it all in the frame. Alright, here we go. It's gonna be beautiful. Yeah. That's the kind of thing we look forward to around here. Just sending all of their shots clean through the enemy's front door. That's how you do it. Okay, then. That's nice. Okay, then. So for the finals, we have Forts Breaker and Furious Monkey Gang. The question is, who wins? Okay. Give us a minute while we get everyone into the lobby as we get ourselves set up for the finals. Okay. give us a minute to do the cat herding. Ah, jeez. Alright, the players are in the lobby. The map will be vanilla, the same map we started with to open the tournament in round 1. Commanders are being banned. This will be a best of 5 in the finals. Armadillo is the first ban. Okay. Armadillo and Spook are banned. And we're off. Ladies and gentlemen, we're off to the finals in the 3v3 Co-op tournament. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Fortsbreaker. Helicopter, Eaton, and Taichu are playing as the Seep Commander, so you know what that means. We're going to see some swarm missiles and nukes, preferably in the rushed fashion. And they'll be facing off against, well, the Rush King themselves. It's Pinch Fists. Furious Affenbands. The Furious Monkey Gang. Geiger, Finn, and Malmay are playing as Pinch Fist Commander. We can expect to see some dirty, filthy rushes out of them, but exactly what flavor is yet to be seen. Only one way to find out is to wait and see. We won't have to wait very long because both of these teams are going to be very active in the early games. We already have the first sniper taking out the other snipers. Oh no. It's begun already. Here's what's happened here. Here we have the first swarm missile placed. Second one will go down now. And next. You guys going rocket rush? Is that what's going on here? No. Is it shotgun rush? It is rocket rush, okay. It's a weird rocket rush. Understandable. Alright, so it's going to be Swarm Missile Rush versus Rocket Rush. Do they reveal the EMP? They reveal the EMP. Alright. And it lands. It's a beautiful shot. Okay. It shuts down the core too, which is good for team 2. Another beautiful hit. The buzzsaw actually doesn't do much here. Neither team particularly vulnerable to buzzsaw madness. The reveal of the second EMP launcher is a dead giveaway of what's going to happen here. The EMPs have done enough economic damage that they've set back Team 1 fairly substantially. We're seeing an upgrade on the shotgun before an upgrade on the EMPs, which is not terribly surprising. It's not unheard of, but it also slows down the damage output substantially by doing so. An AP sniper coming in to clean up, force Team 1 to spend even more money on defenses. With the constant EMP hits, Team 1 is literally at negative energy production. They're sitting at 0 energy right now with negative 14 energy per second. So they're straight soft-locked. And will remain so for so long as Team 2 continues firing at their EMP. Mind you, Team 2 has stopped firing the EMP because they are upgrading to deal damage. Rockets. So we're going to see rockets flying here in a moment. Now the EMP lands, draining even more energy. But the first rockets fly. This puts Team Fortsbreaker in a rough position. The Swarm Missile Rush here is not a particularly robust build order. It requires that you, well, rush out your weapons in the early game, but mostly by sacrificing much of your eco and such. That way you can get actual damage done before your opponent's heavy weapons kick in. But the opponents didn't go for heavy weapons. They just suddenly started launching rockets at their opponent, at them. which, you know, caught them kind of off guard. They didn't have defenses against the EMPs, and it started a death spiral isn't the right word, but a bit of a soft lock for a moment there, while Team 2 just got further ahead. Good God, now there's minigunners getting involved. Team 2 is looking to be very far ahead and getting further and further ahead. Multiple rockets have landed. That's very bad. Very bad for Team 1, and very good for Team 2. Okay. Swarm missile launch. Give them something to shoot back with. Splashes across the front, takes out a turbine. I think a single turbine is what it took out. Which is something. It's better than nothing. But is going to struggle to do much of terrible value. Of, well, should I say, of great value. Yep, that's what I expected. Team 1 relied very heavily on the wooden defenses because they couldn't afford anything else. The buzzsaw came in for the finish. Well done, well done. Furious Offenband. Affenband. They take round 1 in this best of 5. Nice. So hungry. So that was pretty clean in terms of, well, scrappy, but as clean as it'll get for a scrappy fight. If you give us a moment, we'll get set up for the next one. Alright, this next map will be Desert Ruins. Be Furious Monkey Gang versus Forts Breaker. Spook and Armadillo are both banned. The match is made, the players are readying up. We'll be beginning momentarily. Looks like the players are strategizing. Excellent. Alright, let's do this. Off to round 2 in this best of 5 in the finals, the 3v3 Co-op Tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Here we have on the left-hand side, it is Team Furious Monkey Gang playing as the Pinch Fist Commander. You can already see them selling off their base to the point where it's crumbling to the ground. Geiger, Finn, and Malme are all controlling the same base against their opponent's Team Fortsbreaker. Helicopter, Eaton, and Taichu are also playing as Pinch Fists. So what we're going to see is a neat little mirror match here. Seem to have exactly the same build order, which is not a surprise. Mirrored in all things. We'll see how the teams diverge. Both teams are reaching for their expansions. Did this man use rope? Okay. You know, when I wasn't kidding when I said Pinch Fist is anemic. Like, you can't get less. You physically cannot build less than this. And it's gone. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. You're looking at it. Do it! All three of them have clicked on it, none of them have fired. Yes! Alright. That's, I approve of this message. Actually, that's kind of really rather unpleasant for Team 1, because now they have all this deformation that to deal with, and they're literally just going to sell all this off here, because that's unrecoverable amounts of deformation that will break their game. It looks like it's just a standard heavy weapons rush for both sides. It's going to be like the 8-minute no shooting each other, except shooting each other at every moment. He's going to do it again. He's sitting there, he's waiting for it. He's going to do it again. The question is, where does he fire? I think you get to fire right here. I think you were firing right here. You're trying to cut open your opponent's. Yeah, there it is. Ooh, you got insta-sniped. Okay. Excellent. All right, so now we've settled in into the match here. We've got a nice little flow for both players, both teams really. We shouldn't see much in the way of action or activity for the next 60-ish seconds. at which point it will suddenly erupt once more into, well, literal cannon fire, which is going to be exciting. Wow, okay. Sniper instantly lost its life in that one, the moment it got revealed. Okay. Looks like Team 2, Forts Breakers, fire the first cannon shell. We'll just give Team 1 a moment to fix up their doors before they reply in kind. The sniper duel is still happening. Like, this has not stopped for the... Okay. The sniper's only purpose is sniping the sniper. It has been the condition of this game so far. Second cannon has come online for Team 2, and they're wielding it. The snipers are once again sniping the snipers. We are not surprised by this. We have a brand new beach installed on the front of Forts Breaker's base. 2 cannons for either side slamming into each other's cannons. This has been a mirror match, like a perfect mirror of the mirror match. They're adding this beach to the left side too. Oh. Alright, something has to diverge at some point. Sniper won the sniper war. The cannons attack the cannons. And oh, it wouldn't have killed the cannon, but it was close. So we do actually have a discrepancy here. Team on the left side has gone with an upgrade center and started upgrading their mineral production, whereas team on the right side has chosen violence. So we will have additional damage output for Team 2, while Team 1 will get more money over time. Okay. I'm guessing Team 2 is going to also invest into upgrading their eco, which is not surprising to me whatsoever. I'm kind of surprised that Team 2 isn't more on the spot with their weapons. But they have the eco to do so. Really? Okay. I wonder if that will... Yeah, it's going to prompt them to armor that up. Surely they add additional defenses, like an energy shield or something. Additional piece of armor, maybe. Yeah, okay. Alright, so that will cause them to react up there, but won't. Team 2 surely recognizes that. And chooses a new target, perhaps? Ooh! A door snipe. Team 1 loses a cannon. That's going to put Team 1 into a rough position. Before this moment, Team 2 had the firepower advantage and Team 1 had the eco advantage. And they kind of sort of evened out a little bit. Now, Team 1 has the eco advantage, but only for another minute or so. But they're at a massive firepower disadvantage, and that's not something that the eco will make up for a very long time. Team Fortsbreaker now has, I'm going to say, momentum and material advantage for a good 5 minutes plus. And when you have 3 cannons to flaunt your firepower, and 5 minutes to do so, that's momentum that is not, which is not easily stopped. Team 1's best hope right now would be a similar door snipe. Okay. Okay. Team 2 is planning to go up to 5 cannons, which is kind of a lot of cannons. God, it's just so much damage. This poor section of the base is just crumbling. Okay. The major concern for Team... So the goal for Team 1, for those who are just seeing them be pummeled here. Yes, they're being pummeled, but what they are also doing is building a howitzer. Their objective here is just going to send this little gap over here and slam it right into this spot over here. And then send a cannon to follow up to punch through and even the odds. Even the playing field here. Whereas Team 2's plan is just build more cannon, which is a tried, true, and very effective strategy. It's hard to go wrong with that. Okay. Can you do it, Team 1? You are prepared. And 7k energy coming in now. Time to go. Alright, Finn. Kick us off with your team's retaliation. It is worth noting that Team 2 is somewhat prepared for this. They have a howitzer. They have howitzer defenses in place and some anti-air. So this will not be a clean push. This will not be a clean push, but they have to do something, or they're just going to get overrun because they're getting pummeled by 4 cannons, and the 5th is on the way. As Buzzsaw is opening it up. This is as good of a time as you're going to get for the howitzer. Max power that sucker and send it. Send it! Come on. Yeah, okay. It was worth a shot, but it's not looking good here. So Team 1 needs to get massive amounts of map control before they can try that again. They're actually kind of doing it. There's only one machine gunner active right. There's no machine gunners active right now, and Team 1 knows it, but they didn't send it. Alright, they sent it. Solid hit. Cannon follow-up. You can take out mines. Swing and a miss. Undefended mines. And the shot is whiffed. That was close. They're going to have to regain map control all over again in order to have an opportunity to do that. To have another shot at that. And that's... Oh, that hurts so much. That could have been... I mean, it wouldn't have slowed the... It wouldn't have stopped Team 2 from having a massive material advantage. But it would have hurt. That was almost a door snipe again, oh my god. Team 2 doesn't even need to door snipe, they just have to knock down the front door, but they're getting the door snipes. We have the overpen. Alright, at some point you gotta send those cannons somewhere else, I guess. Probably wise to send them toward the eco. There's more cannons happening here, by the way. And a shotgun. That's just a thing. We're getting too much. Team 2 is overpenning a little much. Team 1 still struggling for map control. They had enough map control to get the howitzer across, except for the one shotgun, which is hiding behind the door. In order to get rid of this shotgun down here, they're going to have to do something other than just snipe. So they need more dedicated. It's the door snipes. Okay. The door snipes are a bit much. Team 1 loses their second cannon to an opened door. Huh, you know, those machine gunners are doing quite well with the anti-machine gunner situation. Yep. The cannons are coming for the eco now. Oh, but they don't quite get it. Not yet. I know that doesn't do much, but oh good lord, is it satisfying to see. Alright, I think we're about to see a whole heap load of buzzsaws out of Team 2 here. At least they're working their way that direction. What do those machine gunners do? Okay. Just gonna ignore that. Looks like the cannons are changing targets up to the top section. They're aiming toward the howitzer, which is a well-known weak point. Not because it is exceptionally weak, but because if it is broken, then it takes the entire enemy base with it. And therefore, the enemy can spare no expense at defending it. And as such, it becomes a very nice target, a very hefty repair bill if it's damaged. You just kind of shoot that direction, and eventually you win. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2 goes to Team Fortsbreaker. You guys want to see what that last little section looked like. A very active and very swift vengeance, very swift execution. An example of the power of cannons. Well done. All right. Give us a moment as we get set up for the next round. Alright, the next map will be Abyss. Players are discussing as Architect and Pinch Fist are banned. The players are ready, the match is made. Let's jump into the next round. Welcome back to round 3. In this best of 5, here we have on the left-hand side of this mirror match, once again, it is Furious Monkey Gang playing as the Spook Commander. They'll also be playing against their opponents, playing as the Spook Commander. Team Fortsbreaker, Helicopter, Eaton, and Taichu hanging out here on the right-hand side. Now, here comes the question. What to do about Abyss? This map is unusual, as you may have guessed, gathered by the strangeness of its layout. It's quite fun, though, and you get these rather scrappy strategies that are usually involved. So, one thing that we will almost assuredly see is there will be a sniper way up here on the top for both sides, because drop shotting with the sniper is quite good. So while this is a mirror match, I don't necessarily expect to see the same build orders here. Unlike the pinch fist mirror match, a spook could do anything. And we already see a divergence here where Team 2 is focusing on eco a bit more. And they're also going for the armory tech compared to Team 1, who just lost the sniper duel and is working on the workshop tech. So we'll see things like buzzsaws and potentially a swarm missile or nuke out of Team 1. And Team 2 could be potentially rockets, flak. Very popular on this map, by the way, because the closeness of the forts make rockets and flak quite good. Given we see an upgrade center also for Team 2, that could just be an aggressive play. We may see a rocket rush, or I imagine it may be a shotgun rush. It's always possible that we get to see eco here, but something tells me I doubt it. Map too short, too easy, too tempting to go for a rocket rush or flak. I think is more likely. That seems to be exactly what we see here. Is double flak have been placed. Now, when it comes to placements of things, the flak are not. You don't necessarily have to put them on top of each other like this or next to each other like this. This is one map where you can absolutely put one shotgun here, one shotgun here, one shotgun here, and just spread fire it. Just lay the lead down all over the enemy's fort from every direction. It's not like rockets or most other weapons which you want to have come from a single place. That way you can concentrate fire. Beautiful shot, taking out, finding a single angle on that mine which they could take it out. Very, very clean. Okay. Team 2, Team 1 here on the left-hand side, I'm still not sure what their plan is. They're upgrading a sniper, but they're still sitting on tier 1 tech. They've got an upgrade center. Upgrading a second sniper. This is just a machine gun nest. Fancy machine gun nest, but nonetheless. Upgrading a mine. Are they really just going for eco on Abyss? I mean, someone's gonna have some words to say about that. Okay. Like, surely they see this, right? Like, yeah, they see it. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's more like it. That's more on par of what I expect. God. Alright, so we found their plan. Their plan was mortars. It is no longer mortars because mortars have been destroyed. Because we have sniper on sniper violence. The EMP doesn't make it. It gets AP sniped. You're gonna need to put your double doors on that. The shotgun's just coming down from on high. The AP sniper getting a door snipe on the shotgun here. Oh! Ooh. Devastating. Okay. That's kind of a lot. So Team 2, off the back of several AP snipers, has lost every weapon in their arsenal. Both shotguns and now 3 rockets. So that's... If you ever needed motivation to tech switch, there is your motivation right there. Team 1 with APM and dedicated sniper play has just straight shut down everything Team 2 wanted to do. So now how does Team 2 react? Do they double down and try it again? Or do they tech switch out and try to do something different? We do see machine gunners placed. They are aware of the impending mortars. buzzsaw opens up the machine gunner to get sniped. A little bit of friendly fire, but the mortar makes it across. I'm truly surprised to see Team 1 is not going with the swarm missile on this map. Mortars. Collide. Shotgun. Sniped. The AP sniper is getting incredible value here. Wow, all three of those were taken down. Bait mortar. Heavy mortars. Make it. They take another turbine. One of the mortars were destroyed by a sniper. Okay. So, I'm not gonna call this a stalemate, but this is... We're just trading shots back and forth, and something needs to... Every time any player opens their doors, they just lose it. Snipers are strong, guys! Okay. I'm going to make a prediction. Someone's going to realize that the knife fight in the closet isn't working out because both players' knives are dull and they can't actually hurt each other. Someone's gonna say, "I'm gonna build a cannon or howitzer and get some actual damage done." There is a chance. There's a chance that Team Fortbreaker here on the right side lands these rockets about 4 times in a row, does actual damage, and then we have progress. That's possible. It's not likely. It's possible. Team Fortbreaker is actually getting map control here. There's 3, and that doesn't count. It passed through. Oh, but the flak though. The flak though took out a mortar. Okay. Shotgun from below. There goes that AP sniper. Minigunner does nothing. Yep. Team 1 has anti-air. Big shock. Both players, both teams, are tech swapping into nukes. Well, at least they're trying to sharpen their blades a little bit, but it's still a knife fight in the closet. We're getting scrappier here, boys. A slow and gradual scrap out. You know, I'm okay with this. Honestly, these scrappy fights are my favorite kind of fights. It's like smashing APM against each other. It's one of the reasons I like this map in particular. is just so very good at doing exactly that. Here comes the rockets again. Complete shutdown off the back of an MG. Where'd you hit? Did this man door snipe? Oh my god, this man door snipes the shotgun and hit the swarm missile launcher. Didn't see that one coming. No way that made it across. Okay, well, Team 1, tired of being shot at by rockets, decides to get some rockets of their own. I say, like, there's the chances that that particular EMP made it across the field was very low, and yet it happened. The rockets make it. Uh-oh. Team 1 is going to be suffering here. Team 1 just lost most of their energy production, and with it, their chances of firing back meaningfully. AP Sniper from Team 2, taking vengeance, taking out one, and soon, and I imagine it's going to get this other one as well. Nope. Team 1's selling it off anyways. It's probably for the best. Right now, Team 1's hope of getting anything done rests on this nuke landing. The chances of it landing are actually not bad. Not great, but not bad. And it could do some amazing damage. I think... Yeah. Okay, so Team 2 recognizes that... Oh, wait a minute. We can't... These are not odds we want to roll when it comes to the nuke here. So we gotta change that up real quick. And so they are. So now Team 1... I'm not gonna say lost their opportunity to nuke. But it's not a great situation for them anymore. Oh no. Team 1's anti-air is almost completely shut down. Team 2 has established map control. Their blades may be dull, but you don't want your opponents to have... You don't want... Even a dull blade can be painful if you can't fight back against it. Oh boy, here comes a nuke. I doubt this is going to make it very far. That's about what I expected. You know, I think my prediction was wrong. Neither team is teched up to heavy weapons. This is fine. The snipers, they're everywhere. They don't stop. Alright, here's the thing. Team 2 now has access to the nuke. And Team 2, fortunately for them, has much more map control. So while the nuke didn't make it, it almost did. That was the last MG and last burst. That was the last bullet possible for removing that nuke. Oh, this is uncontested. Massive damage. Nuke lands. Force Breaker down to 53% core. In just a moment, Team 1, the Furious Monkey Gang, manages to take back just enough map control to land their punch, and it did the damage. Well, honestly, it's less map control. Do you call it map control if no one has anything left? If they're both bleeding out on the floor and can't can't really do anything about it. You know, if someone who's prone, if you have advantage against someone who's prone, what happens if you're both prone? Do you just both have advantage against each other? Is that how that works? This is the kind of match that I love. Shout out to the mortars up here at top. Those exist. Nuke lands. Not a whole lot of damage though. I took out a sniper and damaged a bit of bracing. Oh. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Well, I didn't see that one coming. Buzzsaw out of nowhere disconnects a foundation brace, and the entire thing comes crumbling down. Team Fortsbreaker wins this round, going up 2-1 in this best of 5. That got interesting. One buzzsaw shot was all it took. A buzzsaw shot in the right spot. Very, very well aimed. It just comes crumbling down. Beautiful. All right, next match will be on balls. Give us a moment while we set up the lobby. Helicopter, why you gotta be so dramatic? Oh, internet issues? Okay. Understandable. Happens to the best of us, and the rest of us. Alright, the next map will be on balls. The score is 2-1. With Team Fortsbreaker in the lead. Seep and Shakana are banned. The match is made, the players are readying up as we'll be jumping into the next match momentarily. This is a best of 5 and round 3. Match points to Fortsbreaker. If Fortsbreaker wins this round, they will be crowned victorious in the WTF, the Way Too Fluffy Co-op Tournament. However, if Team Furious Monkeys wins it, they'll even the odds and will go to the tiebreaker, the decider. Here we have on the right-hand side, it is the Furious Monkey Gang getting themselves all set up and ready to go. They're looking to win this match and even the score, whereas their opponents, it's Team Fortsbreaker, are on match points looking to win it and the entire tournament with it. Let's see how it works out. Let us go. We do see stability tech happening over here, which is... no, is this stability tech or just selling off stuff? These are not mutually exclusive. A little bit of both. Okay. Readjusting the fort to be more stable. Love to see it. And so far, the strategies are approximately the same. I expect to see an upgrade center being placed. Oh, ooh. Decisions are being made. Okay, well, decision has been made, and that's that they're gotta live with now. I specifically am referring to the lack of an upgrade center, which means that they're either not going heavy tech or not going heavy eco, or they just don't intend to get nukes early. Because this is going to be a very swarm missile heavy match. Despite both teams being spook in the mirror, Balls always ends up with missiles and nukes everywhere. The snipers are present, but they haven't started firing just yet. Oh, no. The first shot has been fired, and so everyone is angry, and now the snipers will forever be in a duel that cannot be stopped. The sniper war has begun. Oh, no. That actually almost broke a piece of metal, which is impressive. Swarms have a hard time doing that. Core swing, please. It's not impossible. Ball swing is a thing. Eaton has done it, actually, successfully, and in a tournament. Didn't do it this time, though. If there was a time to do it, now would have been a great time. Because he has teammates to manage everything else while he works on the core, and then he just does the core thing, grabs on, and that's the end of that. But we didn't do it this time. Machine gunners are going up for Team 1, not yet for Team 2, although they are well aware of the current situation and will be building some shortly-ish. Or anti-air defense of some kind. Machine gunners placed by Team 1 are just getting sniped out for free. Which is not ideal because they've done nothing except be costly. Oh. Team 2 loses a sniper. Interesting note, both teams have exactly 2 snipers on the field. So it is notable when they lose one of them. First missile launch goes to no one. They canceled the launch. Oh! Furious monkeys launch the missiles, but costs them the sniper. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Not even a swarm missile makes it across the field. Didn't expect that one. Usually at least a swarm missile makes it across the field, but not in this case. Talk about hatred. Machine gunners having the time of it, saying, we're not gonna be taken out this time, not by the swarm missiles. We're gonna do our jobs and actually take vengeance upon all those missiles which keep blowing us up. Although to be fair, it's not the missiles which are the biggest threat to machine gunners. It's the snipers every time. Team 1 suffering fairly substantial energy issues. Mostly because they're spending their money elsewhere. They don't have the funds right now to launch their weaponry. So they're not launching their weaponry. They get a chain fire it? What are they doing here? They're staring at it, but they're not actually launching. Okay, they're chain firing here to save on costs a little bit. Only launching 2 and not all 3. Nuke lands. Mostly uncontested skies. All 3 launch from Team 2. Lots of anti-air, not enough. Massive damage. Trisects the base, 3 different compartments, 3 different parts. They have to rapidly reconstruct all of this mess. That's a disaster. You don't want to be living on that side of the world. Team 1 immediately replies by sniping everything out. Here comes a nuke. Interesting targeting. Looking to take out the sniper nest. That's actually going to leave Team 2 with 0 active snipers and therefore unable to launch their weapons. No missiles can be fired without a sniper to paint the target. Team 2 building an emergency sniper in the top right corner up here. Here we go. That sniper's exposed and out there. It's not long for this world. Ooh. They launch. It looks like they're attacking the sniper nest directly across. And there's so much AA. Literally nothing makes it across. It is so rare to see multiple swarm missile launchers get completely shut down, and yet here we are. I would not be surprised if this motivated either team to go straight to cannons. Like right now-ish. Well, Team 1 Forts Breakers are definitely not motivated to go to cannons right now. Because the nuke is landing just because Team 2 has basically lost the map control game at this stage. It's a little rough for Team 2 here. They keep getting sniped is what's happening. The AP sniper came in, cleaned up the middling defenses, the paper-thin defenses of Team 2, and now there's just no anti-air, and thus no way to contest the missiles as they fly across the world. Chain firing because Team 1 still struggles for energy production. And massive damage. That's it. Critical hit passes through the defenses, slams in the foundation, and rips them off the surface. That, ladies and gentlemen, will put Forts Breakers, team of Forts Breakers into the lead. Winning this tournament. You guys want to see the winning shot here? Because I do too. Let's go ahead and check this out here. So many tiny missiles. Notice the snaking this thing does. Drunk nukes always the scariest nukes. Like, did you see that? It snaked through the one open door and took out critical foundation nodes. That's just ridiculous is what it is. Oh, good lord. Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. Shout outs to Team Forts Breaker, Eaton, Helicopter, and Taichu coming in first place, with Team Furious Monkey Gang, Malm, Finn, and Geiger coming in second. Team Please Resign Now taking third in the way too fluffy co-op tournament. 3v3, 3 players per base. It is, that is what we like to call exciting. All right. Very, very well done. That's, you know, this is the kind of things that, like, alright guys, that is going to be wrapping it up here. Make sure to hit that subscribe button, make sure to hit that like button, make sure to hit that follow button, because we got more content like this coming out every single week, multiple times a week in fact, because that's what we do around here, because you know, it's always a good time. We'll be wrapping up this stream here in a moment. We'll send you guys off on a raid. And we'll be shutting it down here. And I'll catch you guys later.